Okay. Maybe now? Okay. Alright. We're good to go. Hopefully. Maybe a little. But yes, welcome in. We will be... Oh. Well, we already had some bots try to come in here, and they're gone now. So that's good for us. Very good. So those are gone and taken care of. And hopefully... Actually, let's test one more thing. This is what happens when you don't know exactly what you're doing, when you change your entire tech thing. So, for those of you who might not be aware of the technical side...
you bastard! Hydrate!
Also, I can't hear that. So that's a bit of a problem. But we'll handle that at some point in the future. Right now, we are good enough to continue the stream. So, what is the plan for today? Well, the plan for today is very simple. Oh, wait. First, we get the dog more in frame. But step one is that we wanted to get our new stream set up. So, before, since I hadn't talked about it much, we can just go over it briefly. I was using something called Restream. And the thing that Restream does is that Restream essentially takes your one stream and then splits it and sends it to multiple places. Now, instead, the benefits of this is it's much simpler to set up, and it doesn't take as much of my bandwidth, because what it actually does is say, well, you upload to us, and then we rebroadcast it everywhere else, which is very convenient. But there are some limitations to it, both in how it's monetized and a couple other things. So I'm trying out something a little different now, which is a little bit more complex in that I have to set everything up locally, which means, as far as broadcasting is concerned, let's see, we're going to turn the game sound down a little bit. That's a little loud. There we go. So right now we are broadcasting triple, so we're using 3 times the bandwidth. But it lets me have a little bit finer control of things. It lets me put up a different layout for the vertical one on YouTube, which is nice because initially what would be happening is that YouTube does have a thing where it lets you say, you know, you can automatically do your stream in a vertical format too. I'll do it all for you. But the problem with that is it does it badly. Or more specifically, it does it very simply, in that it just is going to show whatever's in the middle of the screen. Which is fine and all, except that it misses out on, you know, things like player, target, minimap, and other UI elements. So we did some hand customization. So now, if you choose to view the vertical stream, you get to see all of it. Well, not all of it. I got to move some of those UI things so that you can actually see them, which is nice. So hopefully this goes well for us. Now, will it go well for us? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth doing, or really what the point of it is, and why I'm even bothering. But that said, we're doing it anyway. So, this does mean that we also, once we get all of the kinks on just the general layout stuff sorted out, it does mean that theoretically we could go to other vertical platforms like TikTok. I don't know TikTok very well, so probably not, but, you know, it is an option. But, yeah, so we did actually, if you were around earlier and saw a random notification for a stream that only lasted like 15-20 minutes, that was me doing a bit of a tech test to make sure that we could get the basics down. Now, granted, from the very start of the stream, we saw that something didn't go right in that YouTube was messing with my stream key, so it's just like, the one I gave you earlier isn't actually the one that's gonna work. And it's just like, but why? Why would you do that, YouTube?
This should be enough crests to fill all of the sockets on the Minotaur's barrier.
Interesting. Wait, how can I find control boxes? That seems like a bug. So I know why I found it, but I don't think I should have. Because what we picked up is, nothing is hidden. Your senses are so acute that you no longer need to spend time searching for the obvious. You will automatically perform a search check to locate traps and secret doors when you are in range to spot them, although the search check occurs at a -4 penalty. I thought that as a non-rogue, I wouldn't be able to find trap boxes. Like, I would find the trap itself, but not the boxes. Now, generally speaking, I got that for the secret doors part. Like, that was the part that I cared about. Because I'm not a trapper, so knowing where the trap is doesn't really do me any good. It's like, hey, there's a trap here. Okay, and what? What am I gonna do? Disarm it? With what? With what skills? With what tools? We can't do that. So we just have to do the old standby of jumping over things. Which is fair. We are pretty good at that. We'll go up to R2, why not? And the answer to why not is, we're still level 3! We don't have Reaper points yet! So as far as Reaper bonuses go, we might as well be on a first lifer. Of course, that's kind of exaggerating. It's like, might as well be on a first lifer with, you know, a bunch of extra points.
The stout iron lock on this door looks
also, Plague Reapers are very healthy. 150-ish health.
Small iron key in the corner of the room.
Oh, and I forgot that I even picked up a healing spell from our racial tree. Don't know exactly how much it heals for. If anything actually hurts me, I'll have to check that out.
The iron lock creaks as a
Yes,
weapon.
last life we were Acolyte of the Skin, and we were fire-based. And this time, we are Great Old One, which means we're acid-based. Which means that we no longer benefit from the thing we had last time, which is once we had our orb on, we had triple elements. And triple elements are handy because, you know, if something has an immunity or an absorption to one of them, well, we've still got 2 backups. This time we are down to 2 elements, which means we are down to 1 backup. If it's something like a clay golem, well, sucks to be me then. It's like, it's gonna get healed by acid, and I can't fall back to fire. I just have to go with either force or evil if I've switched over to Utter Dark Blast by that point. Fortunately, there aren't a ton of things like clay golems. There's mostly, let's see, there's some in like Wiz King and things like that. There's also the occasional dream people in a couple of quests. The main quest that comes to mind is something like Dreaming Dark, but we don't really run that. We do run things like the level 12 quests in Lord's March Plaza. Those also have those sorts of guys, especially with the dream orb that you're retrieving. I'm blanking on these. They're Morgrave University quests, but it's not the Planar Eyes quests, I don't think. I think it's called something else.
You notice a small ornate key on the table.
But suffice to say, you know, it's that set in with like I know who done it and all that. And you run into some of those guys there.
Satisfying click.
But yes, we are doing well. Oh wait, we should probably grab loot. Not that I think it's gonna matter much. The only thing that would be good here is if we get random like Reaper bonuses, because some of them are exceptionally powerful. In fact, I'm wearing a ring right now that has +10 universal spell power just for the Reaper bonus. So even if I don't care about any of the other stats on that, at level 1, 10 stacking spell power to everything is really solid. So we're going with that. And I don't know exactly how it's going to work out, but it should be fine.
Fearing for their
Now, the other
lives,
thing that I
the
should
people
do
of the
is I
keep
shouldn't even
have
be
asked
here.
for
I should
your
be in
help
Korthos.
dealing with 2
Why
orc
should I be in
tribes that
Korthos?
dwell inside
For
this
rep,
cave.
actually. For Coin Lord's rep.
Judging from the decor,
We like
each
our
direction
inventory
leads
space.
to a different tribe's home.
There we go. So we are using chain shape. You might be wondering, it's like, wait, you're already level 3. Why are you still in level 1 quests? And the answer is we used gems. We used XP gems. So we kind of skipped ahead. Which is very nice to be able to start off. It's like, yeah, we've got chain shape, so we have AoE now. Which is very, very nice.
Who must be dealt with in the future.
Off we go. We're going to get attacked from behind. I think we should have aggroed the guys on the left. Yeah, there they are. Alright. Talk to you. Grab the charm. Do we really need the charm? No, not at all. But we're going to grab it anyway, just because. Alright. Easy enough. And, thankfully, getting auto search has paid off. There's one down. Auto search this one. And fortunately this time, we don't have to deal with these guys being immune to our fire. And we also don't have to deal with swapping out for a Voice of the Master. Now, if you're not familiar with the Voice of the Master, it is well, it is a trinket, but you can then craft it into... Oh, I didn't pull this lever. It's a trinket, but you can craft it into an augment. And the trinket is required level 4, or sorry, 5. But the augment is required level 1. Which means if you make the augment, you can start getting that XP earlier. Which is what we've done. So we have ours in this set of goggles. The Master's Gift, you can see there in the yellow augment slot. And also it's nice to have the blindness immunity and a little bit of mythic on it. Also the ring I mentioned, Flame Ring, plus 10 Reaper bonus to universal spell power. Very, very handy. Right, so what I don't know is whether or not I'll be able to successfully get all 3 charms, because in order to get the charm in here, we need to be able to stop the Kobold Runner in the beginning.
Most of the kobolds scramble to defend their cave at the side.
Oh, there we go. We just need to aggressively run and body block it. Now, you might think, ah, well that was easy. It's like, yeah, it's easy until I just run face first into everything, and then suddenly there's like a Carnage and a Plague Reaper there, and then I just die. So, that is the downside to that.
An elderly kobold demands your attention, calling for the cessation of hostilities. You've made a deal with the tribe. Strike down their leader to gain their support.
Now, another good thing about being Great Old One is because I saw an icon pop up there about that side thing being locked. Great Old One has, as one of their pact spells, Knock, which means we will be able to unlock some things on this build that we weren't able to do last life, which is really handy. Also, I probably shouldn't be standing here. The concubines can cast some nasty spells. But then again, we have a decent amount of health.
You should let the tribe know they are free of his ire.
It is a little hard getting around with the leap when we are in these twisty little caverns. It's just like, alright, I'll just leap forward. It's like, sorry, there's a thing there, you needed to go around that corner. Like, nope, sorry, you're gonna run into a wall. Just need to only use it on the straightaways.
The kobolds react to the news of their chief's death with what
There we
seems
go.
like relief. The elderly kobold offers you
Alright,
a reward
we need to
for
talk to you
freeing
once more
her
to get
tribe
the
from
thing.
tyrannical war chief. A secret door slides
Yep.
open in the common chamber.
So yeah,
According
you
to
need
the
to
kobold crone,
stop the
their
runner
chief has
so
been
that they're not
behaving
aggressive.
strangely
Talk
ever
to
since he
them,
brought the charm of
kill the
evil
boss,
chaos
clear the
to
quest,
cave.
come back, talk
She's happy
again to
be
get
rid
the
of both the chief
loot in
and
that
the
secret
vile
passage,
talisman.
and then talk one more time to grab their Charm of Evil Chaos. And why do you need the Charms of Evil Chaos? You don't, really. The benefit of them is that you can do some optional stuff in the last quest, but it's really not that big a deal.
Allies have made their base. You enter the caves, determined to eliminate another threat to the residents of the
So,
keep.
let's see. I guess, since we just started this life, I should go over what the build is. And gear and everything. So this is our starting gear that we have saved up. We have this one that we already looked at, so we have Master's Gift, a little bit of Mythic in it. We have a Reaper Helm that we lucked into years and years ago. The protection and false life on it are basically inconsequential, but it's 2 to all stats, which is incredibly good. We've got an old piece of loot, Runic Trinket, which is one of the few pieces of loot that's that old that is still potentially useful, because it's got Insightful Potency on it at level 2. A basic Mythic Cloak. We have a Mythic Ring. We have Mythic Gloves. You might be seeing a theme here. Oh look, Mythic and Reaper Boots. Essentially, none of the stats on the level 1 stuff is that good, so it's almost all just stuff that has Mythic or Reaper on it for the passive bonuses. Also, we have Borderlands clubs for Acid and Force, Power and Crit, respectively, and of course, a Quiver of Alacrity. We have no necklace, we have no belt, but we get by easy enough all the same.
Rousing the guards on the far side.
Now this section is one where a little bit more AoE would be better because using Chain Shape, we're limited to only 3 targets at once. So when there's a group like this that's got like a dozen dudes in it, our AoE is less AoE-y. Said, if we did want to go back to town, which we won't do, and we could have enough points now to get another pack die, which would be quite powerful for us, especially at low levels, because it's just on a percentage basis, it's like, oh, we went from 2 dice to 3 dice. That's a 50% bonus, as opposed to later on, it's like, oh, you've gone from 12 dice to 13. It's like, well, it's still good, but it's not quite the same as going from like 2 to 3. Go, Carnage Reaper down. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I have not gone and reclaimed my wings. Which is an annoying thing about the wings. This is something they fixed a while back, or actually I won't say fixed. Something they added a while back. To say that, oh, well, what we can do is we're going to move all of your cosmetics into feats that last 3 reincarnations so you don't have to get them all again. Which is great. It's super convenient, nice quality of life, but it doesn't work for the butterfly wings for whatever reason. It works for the past Reaper rewards, that's why we have our Bloody Footprints. But apparently not for the wings. Fortunately, it's not too hard to grab them, I just need to remember to do it. I just feel myself, like, my brain lagging as I try to, like, talk and do those puzzles at the same time. Because there's lots of stuff I can do. Like, I can do the combat while talking, no problem. It's like, we're kiting, we hold down the button, and we move around. That's easy. But trying to actively remember the pattern of flashing lights while also talking is a little trickier, actually. Go figure. kite backwards a little bit. And more guys. Oh, hi. I did not quite expect to run directly into them like that. And every time a Reaper spawns, by instinct, I want to hit Greater Color Spray. But the problem is, I don't have it, and I won't have it for quite some time. So, that's a little bit of a problem.
Something about this section of the wall seems off.
Okay. But as you can see,
The wall in the
an overleveled Warlock. Well, I guess it's not too overleveled. We are on level, which is of course overleveled because when you start off at level 1, you're gonna be in level 1 quests. But you can do them all the way up to level 3. What is going on? We have not been live but like half an hour, and Seribot has already banned 3 different spammers. This is, of course, why I got it. It's just like, you know what? We should probably handle this. I don't want to have to deal with using like word filters as I have in the past. Like, they work pretty well to keep bots out, but a more robust solution in actually having Seribot handle it has worked quite well since I've swapped to it. Hi.
You can see Knoll guards ahead, blocking the entrance to
There's
their
the
camp.
third
Just as
thingy.
you brace yourself for a fight, another Knoll calls out to you in a shrill voice. Eula Bloodgleam, daughter of the Knoll chieftain,
Alright, so
has given you
I
a charm
don't
of
think we
evil
have
chaos
quite
to help
enough
you infiltrate the camp.
charisma and so on and so
She
forth
and the Knoll Outlanders want
to
leave
convince
the
all of
Borderlands.
them because I didn't have the skill points to put into things like Intimidate and Diplomacy.
I've got just the thing.
Like, we'll make the bluff check,
I
almost
might
certainly,
need something
but Diplomacy and Intimidate,
Or
maybe
Sandcloak
not
lets
so
you in on
much.
a secret. Chief
Yeah,
Bloodgleam
bluff
has
check,
been lying
success,
to the Outlanders about
Intimidate,
sending
oh,
comrades
success,
to join the cult.
and
If you
Diplomacy
can prove
success.
that
Alright, I
Outlanders are being
underestimated my
killed as
capabilities.
sacrifices instead, it will
I mean,
destroy
I
their
guess I
loyalty to the
do
chief.
have 30 charisma at level 3, so that does help us out a little bit. It's just like a ridiculous number when you think about pen and paper and how scaling works there. Like, excuse me, you have how much charisma at level 3?
You spotted gemstone
Like,
ring
that's not
among the
right.
rubble of
That's not
bones
how
and
that's supposed to
blood.
work at all.
Oros said Gravemaw
But
always
that's
wore
the thing
a
about
ring
DDO.
to
While it was
convince members
based
of the
on
tribe to turn against
3.5,
the cult of evil chaos, and
it
found proof
also
that Chief
has...
Bloodgleam has been lying about sending the
Okay, we're going
Outlanders
to navigate
work
in the
with
dark here,
cultists.
using the
This should be
mini-map,
more than enough to
because
create
it
an uprising in the Knoll's
just is
ranks.
like, we're going to phase transition you, and you won't be able to see anything. It's just like, well, at least I can still see
Chief
the mini-map.
Bloodgleam bellows at the crowd.
You would
Hello,
trust
Need
this
More Chai.
outsider
Welcome in.
over your own chief? Have you forgotten everything the cult has done for you idiots?
We are trying some
Outlanders
new things
seem to
today.
reconsider.
Hopefully the stream works,
But
because
you
we
have
have
something
changed
that will
the
convince
entirety
them.
of our streaming setup.
You hold up Gravemaw's bloody
Or at least
ring
large
and
portions
reveal
of
that
it.
You found it in the chief's shrine.
So
Chief
it seems to
said
be working
Greymaw
alright.
joined the cult,
Someone shouts.
but Greymaw never
Let's
took
see.
off that
Game audio
ring.
should be
He's dead,
okay.
and
It might be a little loud at this point, but I just need to make sure I'm speaking up so I am louder than it is. Oh, we're still... There we go.
Another group of gnolls rushes into the
Yes.
chamber.
We now have... Everything looks good. What did I change? Oh, I changed the entirety of the output settings. So before, I think I'd mentioned that
You think
I have been multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube. And before, I was using a website called Restream.io. And what Restream does is you change your stream output to go to Restream, and then it kind of just forwards it off to both locations.
those fools! I can't
And
believe
this
they
has the
took
benefit
your
of not
base.
using as much
Eula stands
local
beside
processing
Aura
power
and
as far,
laughs
and
with
especially not using as much
There
bandwidth
must
locally.
be more to these two than it initially
But
seemed.
it has some limitations. The one I ran into is primarily the free plan only allows 2 outputs, and I wanted to try doing 3 outputs. That being, we're streaming to Twitch and to YouTube, and separately to YouTube in a vertical format, which will be shoved into shorts like feeds instead of the normal YouTube pages. So I wanted to do that. Now, that side of things is a whole nother bit of setup, because YouTube does allow, when you're on just like a normal stream, there's a little toggle you can do. And the toggle is like, you know, will automatically just give you a vertical stream too. And it's just like, is it going to look any good? No, it's just going to grab the middle of your stream and stick it there, which means, sure, they get some gameplay, but among other things, they won't see my camera that's off to the left. They won't see any of the unit frames, like how much health and mana I have. Like, they won't see UI elements, because those aren't in the middle of the screen. So it's just not an ideal solution. So I looked at some tutorials and I did some setup. And so now I have an actual decent vertical setup. Ooh, missing codex page. Very nice. You might have noticed this is a mistake I've done before. We came in, we looked over there. We see the temptingly large gem. I have made the mistake that I walk in, I look, see, alright, no codex page, and I move on. You won't be able to see it until you're like this close. So you have to actually walk in the rest of the way. We're putting a team together. Bringing all these guys with me. So yes, so we are now running with 3 outputs, Twitch, YouTube, and YouTube on vertical, and the vertical is looking fine. But in order to do this, I had to change a lot of setup. Including things like, I had to fix the chat widget, where chat shows on stream, because the previous one I was using was through Restream as well. So I had to make a I had to get a whole different setup to handle that. So we're now using StreamerBot, which is not an online service, but a local thing that you can run. So, yeah. And there's some of the stuff that I started looking at because of the recent news with Stream Elements, where there were a bunch of rumors going around that it was going to shut down, like they're out of money because it's a free service and they never really monetized correctly. It's just like, oh. So I don't know what exactly is happening with it, but they did say, no, we're not actually closing. We found like a buyer or something. Like, the baseline for the rumors was still accurate. Like, they were having financial issues because the way that they handle their monetization is just give everything away, and it turns out that you're going to have difficulty keeping the servers on if you're just giving everything away. So I don't know what exactly they're doing with it, but I've looked into how I would... Like, I'm not doing a whole lot through Stream Elements, but I have looked at, alright, well, what would I have to change if they did go under? Which is why I started looking at StreamerBot. I'd also been, like, kind of toying in my head with, it's like, oh, maybe I should stream to other platforms. Like, maybe I should look into that. And so I looked into it a little bit, and so this is kind of an experiment. We'll see how it goes. Now, obviously, it's going to be really hard to tell from just one stream, just because my numbers are so volatile as it is, because most things I just don't know. Like, especially with like DDO streams versus other streams, there are some streamers, we'll say, who are like, yeah, I get 10 average viewers pretty much every stream. It's very consistent, and so on and so forth. I am low enough down that, you know, I could have twice as many viewers as last time, because there are, like, you know, 3 instead of average 1.5. I think it's a little different. Alright, we are going to do the optional here just because we're going to be evil. Use that, use that, use that. And now we will sacrifice them to summon a demon.
Between the agitated whispers, you hear other, less supernatural voices coming from the nearby hallway.
Unfortunately, the demon is immune to acid, which makes it a lot slower to kill him. And in exchange for doing that, we get a tiny bit of XP and a lockbox that has nothing useful in it. So, isn't that advantageous? Tiny bit of XP and a useless box? But yes. In fact, I think we have good enough search that we can actually kill this dude. There we go. Because there is a situation you can get into in this quest where you can't get the loot. Because if you kill him quickly so he doesn't try to escape out of that door, you need to personally have high enough search to be able to find the door. It doesn't make it unable to complete the quest most of the time. It just makes it so you can't get the loot. But it does make the quest impossible to complete sometimes if the codex page is in the loot room, which it is sometimes.
The temple is silent once again.
In either case, we were able to find the door anyway, so it's a moot point.
And is then cut short. Judging from the old bones scattered on the floor, something large and dangerous has lived in this cave for some time.
How many dice do we have?
The flicker of torchlight ahead suggests that there have been some more.
Yeah, we have one blast dice and one pack dice. So it's just like, going up to 2 pack dice is a large bonus. It's not actually double because you start off as like 1. I believe that measurement is how many bonus you have. So like it defaults to like 1d4 plus another 1d4 for every extra dice. So we're actually going from not from 1 to 2, but from 2 to 3, which is still very good. We'll handle it once we're back in town, though.
The goal of capturing and taming the beast that lives within.
There we go. And once again, as I'd mentioned earlier about the difficulty of having only 3, let's see, Beaver misses, gets 25. Not awful. Oh, right. We should turn our meta magics on. There we go. This time we went for something a little different. Because what we could have done is we could have done like last life where it's like, oh, you know what? We're going to get the ability to cast displacement at level 1. And the problem with that is, well, it's like, oh, that's super OP to have 50% concealment at level 1. The problem is how it scales with duration. Like, yeah, you can cast it. It'll only last like 6 seconds though. So, is it really any good? And the answer is, from last life, I ended up basically never using it just because I'm not going to be able to keep that buff up. It doesn't last long enough.
You've slain the Owlbear, ending the cult's plan to make the beast into
but
a
okay,
weapon they could use
so there we
against
go.
the residents of the valley.
We got through everything, and it is time to leave. And from here, we recall again. And we'll head to Korthos after we spend that point. Are we going to do all of Korthos is the question. Like, do we want to head around on the island, or do we want to just do the village? Like, I could go either way. So let's see. We have 3 points available, which means we get the pack dice, and we get crit damage. And web. Web is nice to have. Oh, we can't cast it yet, because we can't cast level 2 spells yet. Oh well. We'll bring this down here, too. We have Entangle, which is like web, but worse. So we travel to Korthos, and now we're just gonna annihilate everything here. Because Korthos is the most power-crept content in the game, because, well, Korthos has been around for forever. So long.
Coming from deep in the crypt, you hear the strange sarcophagi line. You found some kind of secret door in the wall. Once you open it, you can reach whatever's a treasure chest glimmers in the dark passage here. There's a Sahuagin in here.
There we go.
A magical crest appears from the destroyed altar. If you take it with you, it may be useful later.
60.
You continue to hear
I keep forgetting that I'm so used to playing in Reaper mode that here, because Korthos Island doesn't allow Reaper mode, you cannot turn it up that high. That here in Elite, we don't have a damage debuff, so we hit way harder.
But there's another Sahuagin.
I do need to remember to use my dashes, though.
Drops out as you smash the altar. There might still be other altars elsewhere in
I mean,
this
it's got a
crypt.
cooldown on it, of course. But still. I can use it off cooldown. I can always avoid those things in the middle because it's like, oh, there's a trap there. And the answer is no. There's not a trap there. Not in this quest. In other quests, yes. Some of those, like, central thingies have traps in them.
The altar collapses, a third crest appears. It glows with cold magic.
There we go. Yeah, like walking over those, because sometimes the like stones in the middle will just crumble and you're dropped onto spikes.
A magical barrier blocks the way. You fit the last crest in place, and the magic shield the last devourer. Your bold action saved Korthos and brought the Sahuagin's fell scheme to naught.
Nice and easy.
The treasure chest.
Is it good XP? No, not really. About
yours.
2 minutes and 1500 XP. So it's okay. Not amazing. But alright, we do need to turn this in.
Some of the braver villagers
Does
tried
give
to
us an
stem
option
the Sahuagin tide, but their courage led to naught but
to
grievous
get more
injuries.
inventory space. And we
Korthos
do love
needs
inventory
someone with
space.
more than just
I had to do a
guts.
little bit of inventory space management in order to get our reincarnation off. Not too much, because I had put a lot of just like random consumables from daily dice into the shared bank, and I have a place for those.
This appears to be the main storeroom. A large silver
Ooh, key.
emerges from a hidden passage, demanding the key. You
Don't
must
need to fight him.
scrolls
I mean, if you want the loot,
forward
behind him, you have to fight him.
The door swings open, revealing
But if you just want to finish the quest,
that the floor in
you
this
can just
room
move
can be
on.
moved and rotated.
Oh, you followed me. Okay, we're gonna go a little slower because we have to kill the dude. Actually, we didn't probably need to kill the dude. Like, I think we could have ignored him attacking us if we wanted to.
The protective spell dissipates. All that remains now is to take
But yeah,
and deliver
this
the
one's a little better because you can clear it in under a minute. Which is all well and good. Come on, let me go get it. Okay, good. So, this was not designed for someone who's walking in with 120 health. It's not balanced for it. It's expecting to have more like 20 health.
Ahead is the cellar where the cane
Well,
of crystal is hidden.
maybe 30 health.
You can feel the life-saving heat emanating from the magic crystal.
It is cool that they redid this, like recently, like
But from
earlier
the
this year or
shadows
last
approach
year.
those who would
They
doom
redid how this whole
us
thing
by
looks.
destroying it.
Which is some nice attention to detail on a quest that's been around for 20 years. You know, I should probably drag Intimidate onto my bars. Just in case some of them get onto the crystal. Because sometimes they'll do something like that, where they just ignore you and attack the crystal directly. There we go. Fortunately, Change Shape does handle some of that for me. Skills. Intimidate, intimidate. Where is it? There we go. Just in case. Also, standing here is bait, so they go for me first. So anyway, we started blasting. With our lovely green blast this time. Alright, we've got 2 left. The last one spawns like in that entry hall. I forget where the second to last one spawns. There we go. I swear to God, if he ran over, whacked the crystal, and I failed the quest, I was going to be quite annoyed. The last one spawns right here, though.
You have slain
Hooray!
the last cultist, thus protecting the Caneth crystal and saving Korthos.
We'll grab another set of Spearbane.
It is on the people's lips as you walk by. Cautious looks have become friendly nods. Then word comes that your presence is requested in the tavern.
In we go. I really should just disable hints entirely. Or like tutorials, I should say, not hints. Just like, I don't know. If I don't know the contents of the tutorials by now, I'm never gonna know it. They've only spawned at me every time I've reincarnated for the last 100 lives. 100? Yeah, about 100. I'm choosing to not count epics, because epics are technically a lesser reincarnation.
The Sahagin pause, but you hear more of them gathering outside for a final assault.
Let's see. Racial's 46.
You notice a small chest hidden behind the bar.
I forget if this is my last or second to last. Let's do a quick Google on that one, shall we? Wiki, tell me the answer. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Now, after that traitorous
16 times 3 is 48.
He must have fled into the cellar.
Which means
Isn't here.
at 46,
Webbed foot, the chamber beyond the secret passage looks
we are
ancient,
almost
predating
there.
Korthos village.
So this is our second to last racial life. We have one Eladrin past life. This will be our second. And after this one, we will have our third. And we will have all racial lives complete. Until the expansion comes out and we will lose racial completionist. Anyway, we continue blasting. Thought there were 2 guys in here, not just the one. Hello, Jacoby Drexelhand.
Drexelhand thought that siding with the Sarthwagen would save his life.
Alright. There we go. This one is slightly better XP per minute. Over 1,000. Alright. So, that's everything for the town of Korthos. Question is, do we want to hit the island? Oh, that's another thing I need to add. I need to set up a bot to warn me when Twitch is about to run ads on us. Because right now, we're fine. I can do a kind of a thing, and another thing, and kind of look at it, and it'll work okay for us. But it will not be that way forever. Wait, did I turn in, or did I just, like, leave immediately? I did not. Yeah, we need to turn this in.
Your victories have made the village much safer.
There we go.
But only temporarily. It's time to take the fight to the Sahuagin, out in the wilds of Korthos Island.
Let me grab this quest. Grab this quest. Oh, that's right. That's another thing I have on Stream Elements. We have that bot for periodic announcements. That's something I think Streamer Bot can do as well, but I'd need to configure it. Yes, I'm aware it's a combat area. Thank you. I know how wilderness areas work.
Steam billows from the hidden entrance.
You're in the way. Off we go.
The air grows damp and fetid as the ancient tunnel descends.
Get them out. Now, there are two forks here. The right fork has a bigger fight. The left fork has traps. I am not scared of the traps. It closes, but it doesn't lock, so you can just hit the valve immediately.
The sound of distant
No big deal.
snoring warns you that you are not alone here. If you're careful, you may be able to take the sleeping guards by surprise.
One valve. Do I normally do Borderlands before Korthos? No, not really. I did because I was there. Because that's where I was when I was just testing out some stream stuff earlier, so it's just like, you know what, we'll do it, why not?
Gong in this room looks capable of truly ear-shattering.
Especially since I used XP gems to get most of the way to level 3. That's right, we need to do this twice. I got, I think, to rank 10, so just a bit shy of being able to take level 3. So because we did that, it's like, we're going to be overstocked, and we're going to end up skipping some stuff. In fact, because I have so few lives left, I've been hoarding XP potions that, like, whenever I got random ones. And at this point, it's just like, they're just going to go to waste. So I think I'm going to chug a 30% XP pot once I finish Korthos. And it'll be interesting, because it means that what's going to happen is I'm going to be hitting the Harbor 2s when I'm actually level 4. Fascinating, because it's just like, usually you're heading into those a little early, a little under-leveled. But this time, we'll actually be on level for them.
Mists it is spewing are directed the wrong way. With the right timing, you can get
the funny thing is, I know that there are multiple solutions to this puzzle, but this is the one that I know, so I don't actually know what the other ones are. At some point, I should probably look it up to see if, like, mine is more or less efficient than the other one.
Ice forms over the ancient creature, guaranteeing its slumber. Korthos is safe for now.
Okay.
Steam billows from the hidden entrance to
There we
an
go.
underground complex.
And off we go. How long do we have? Not too long. Alright. So we get the Sahuagin will find us here, which is fine. We're good with it being found by the Sahuagin. And we will save Hayton. I don't know why this man matters that much, but, you know. Well, I know why, like, the villagers are like, we need him for reasons, he's the only one that can do it. And it's just like, is he though? Like, he's not that special. He's not some, like, mythical sage kind of guy. Like, surely you can find someone else with a similar skill set. It's like, is he the only one willing to fight? Is that what this is? Like, no one else can do it. It's like, is it no one else can do it, or no one else is willing to do it? Or everyone else is just like fisherman and he's the only one with a modicum of magical or strategic skill? Like, could you call Stormreach and be like, excuse me, could you send like a level 3 wizard out here to handle this for us?
A magical
okay.
barrier humming with compressed energy.
Now, unfortunately, while we are Great Old One, which means we will have the ability to unlock doors with knock, we don't have it yet. So we're going to have to go the quote-unquote slow way of walking in here, turning the valve to open the door, and then returning. And then we have 6 valves here. You've got the 2 big ones in front.
Upon turning the valve,
Then we got 3 little ones in front.
in the pitch of the hiss, as
And then
the
there's
gas
1 little one
begins to
behind.
flow around your
So
obstruction.
1, 2, and 3 little ones in front. And 1 little one behind.
Without the alchemical jets coating the Canid powers, the last crystal shatters. The hum of power slowly fades. into
Now,
a
what we
heavy
learn
silence.
later on, once we actually get to Stormreach and go through other quests, destroying a bunch of Caneth crystals seems like a huge waste. Those things are very powerful and very expensive.
The Sawagan found me.
The Sawagan found you?
Suddenly the air shimmers with devour a man.
Possibly the oldest meme in DDO.
Follow you in and are attacked. Hate
Like, yes, indeed the Sawagan found you.
They wouldn't have sent so few after me. Stay alert.
Here, have some temp health. I was surprised by that healed for 60. Like,
Blocking our escape. Watch
that's
for more attacks.
it's vigor. It's positive energy, and he's a Warforged. I don't think that should have gone for 60, but who knows? Guess it's just that good.
Scum.
How much exactly does this heal as far as dice goes? I'm not used to the druid style spells. 1d6 plus 1 per 3 caster levels, max 3. Okay. Not the worst. Hopefully it doesn't bug on us. I don't think it is. It's just this is the normal rate of spawning. Because, again, this is very, very old content. It was not balanced for characters as strong as the one I'm currently on.
Until you're dead.
So, and this is something that I've said repeatedly about these types of quests, like any sort of gauntlet-style quest, is they are very, very tricky to balance. Because they tend to be based off of DPS checks. So, if you have enough DPS to kill each wave comfortably before the next wave spawns, no problem. It's trivially easy. If you don't, then you get overwhelmed very quickly.
The Swahagan magic is gone. We beat them off. This time.
I don't want to
Hayden
beat
looks
off the
weary after
Sawagan.
surviving this latest
Go
attack.
Tell us to
Perhaps
hold
you
the
should
barricade
talk
just
to
a
him
little
But we
again.
have been live
Then
for
meet
an
a man
hour,
at the base of Misery's Peak.
which means
With Hayton
it is
finally
time
persuaded
for
to
our
help,
health and wellness break,
Kothos might
which
find
is a break we take
when
once an hour for about 3 minutes,
Meet Amalgam at
so
the base of
everyone can
Misery's
stop,
Peak when you're
stand
ready.
up, stretch. You know, my camera's in the wrong position. Stop, stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, use the bathroom, all that good stuff, and just generally speaking, not stare at screens for a couple minutes. So I will see everyone in 3 minutes, where we will continue with Korthos and then head to the harbor. So I'll see you in a bit. Alright, we have returned. Hope everyone had a good break. And we are back. I had a good break. We got to stand up, stretch, walk around, got a pickle, refilled my water, and we are all rested, refueled, and good to go to finish off Korthos. So we've only got... Alright, I say finish off Korthos. I'm not planning on doing Misery's Peak. It's just very long. It is an excellent quest that if you haven't played the game before and you want to pick it up, I highly recommend doing Misery's Peak. It's a good quest. It caps off the storyline well. It's got some cinematic aspects to it. It's very nice. It is a bit long, though. And I've already done it a bunch of times. I was like, wait a second. Did I misclick? Did I hit escape? No, it was just being slow to load. But yes, I highly recommend people do Misery's Peak. But I have already done it a bunch of times, so I don't need to do it again. And again and again and again.
Door slides open. You see a magical cell across the chamber. Could it be holding Drusen?
Right. Oh no! They're trapped in here with me. Got it. Alright, we're thinning the herd. Now you might think, why even bother thinning the herd? It's not like they're gonna hurt you anyway. And you'd be correct. They're not gonna hurt me anyway. But there is a mechanic called Dungeon Alert, where if too many things are attacking you, then you see we just went up to green. If too many things are attacking you, you start to get like debuffs, or rather, they start to get buffs, and it can be a little annoying. So I like to keep Dungeon Alert down. Now some people aren't bothered by it. There he is. Jacoby Drexelhand here at over 500 health is the first thing that you're probably going to get to feeling like you're fighting a boss in the game. Because he has so much more health than anything else you've fought up to this point.
You take the cell key from his remains.
It's just like, man, this guy's just never dying. Like, yeah, he is significantly beefier than everything else. Undeath is fitting him quite well in that regard. But we are off.
The decrepit catacombs are slightly obscured.
We have one more quest to do before we head over to the harbor. And the other thing that we're going to do when we head over to the harbor is... Actually, I was going to say we're going to take level, but... Oh, yeah, it looks like, yeah. We are this far from being able to take level. So next quest will get us there, and we'll be level 4. Which means we will have our Reaper points going into the Harbor 2s. And when we start our Harbor 2s, I think we're going to open up the party. So if there is anyone on Thrain of an appropriate level that wants to join in for the Harbor, feel free to do so. If not, we'll just have the party open to whatever randos join us. Or don't join us. We are perfectly fine soloing if no one joins.
Resilient spider webs block your path.
At least these can be broken by Eldritch Blast. There's such a variety of things like that, like doors that need to be broken down, or like cobwebs, and some of them can be opened like that, and some of them cannot. So it's a crapshoot. Sometimes you have to turn off Eldritch Blast so you can get out a weapon and hit things with your weapon instead. It's just like, oh, that's annoying. Now, granted, they have fixed a lot of this. It used to be that those cobwebs and all also couldn't be broken by ranged weapons. So if you were, say, an archer, you would have to take off your bow, switch to a melee weapon, walk up and hit it, and then switch back to the bow when you wanted to actually fight things, because obviously, if you're a bow-based character, you probably want to fight with your bow on and not some random melee weapon that you just have around to help you clear spider webs. And I know that this makes sense, like shooting an arrow through a spider web isn't going to have quite the same clearing effect as hacking away with it with a sword to get rid of it, especially when they're like giant magical spider webs. But as far as a gameplay mechanic goes, it was quite annoying. But they fixed that long, long ago. Excuse me. Excuse me more. But that does bring us to the end of Korthos. We're ready to go to Stormreach. And I say end, the end of what we are doing in Korthos. We are just skipping Misery's Peak. We're also going to skip this first chain, this Baudry Cardamom chain, just because it... Who are you? I have not done this quest. We're going to take level, and then we're going to do this quest that we have never seen before. It's a new quest. So, yeah, we're going to get Charisma. We're going to do this, that, and the other. We get pack damage, we get blast damage, we get Thought Shield, which is just will saves. We'll pick up Blur, I guess? No, we don't need... We'll pick up Blur later. We'll grab Invisibility for now. Because we're going to play greedy. We're just going to count on our ridiculous amount of health to get us through. So, what are we doing? We are saving one more point to get another pack die here. And then after that, maybe we'll come over here and try to get permanent Blur and move a little bit closer to, what should I call it? Greater Color Spray. That's the thing we're getting closer to. Alright, so... curse this place and all its inhabitants. I truly do not know what I did to be made responsible of such a disagreeable, unpalatable part of town. We of House Lyrandar are sailors, explorers, entrepreneurs, not peacekeepers or grubby bouncers like those so-called coin lords. Anyway, adventurer, please do make yourself useful. Clean up the fish market mess, won't you? Could you be more specific? The entire fish market district is in disarray. It's close to a full-on riot out there. I don't care one bit who started it, the Sauhagen or the kobolds, I just want it over, do you understand? But do try not to break too many skulls, these creatures need to be back at work tomorrow, now hop to it. Alright, investigate the disturbances. Okay.
You hear a commotion up ahead. Is this the right time to intervene?
Invisibility. Oh, never mind. They had already seen me. So much for not cracking that many skulls. Wand charging station. Vandalized and stripped for parts. It cannot be used without extensive repairs. Wand charging? Okay.
The Sauhagen agitators are lying to get a reaction out of the rest. Why would they do that?
Okay, so I don't see a failure thing for cracking too many skulls, so I think we're just going to do it and see what happens. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't actually spend our Reaper points before we walked into this quest under-leveled.
It seems most Sahuagin mind their own business, but a few are stirring up trouble.
Okay.
The Sahuagin are guarding something here. They try to stare you down, weapons ready.
Okay. Provoke was probably the wrong choice there. Come on. What are we doing? Oh, we've been spotted. Okay. Ooh, that hurts a lot. I should be focusing the Soul of Ice one, because they're the one that actually hurts. Wait, can we cast Web now? We can cast Web now. There we go. Yeah, so when stuff's up to 200 health, makes it a little bit trickier for us. Alright. Auto search, serving us well. Unfortunately, Stone Guard are resistant to acid. We primarily do acid, so... Oh, never mind. Plague Reaper is here. Reapers see through invisibility. Colors of the Queen proc, very conveniently. Dance him. Just a collectible. I see how it is. Oh, wrong button. Thank you. Excuse you? Hitting for 50, that's illegal. Elemental Fury is probably able to one-shot me as well. No, not quite. Hurts a lot, though. Okay. He doesn't go to the other side of the door. He's also just immune to everything? I wonder if that's bugged or if I have missed the quest mechanic. Okay, alright. I'm just gonna go forward here. These are pretty big pack sizes for a level 3 quest, I gotta say. That said, maybe I should have been stealthy here instead of just murdering everything. I don't know what pulling that lever did, but... Alright. Yeah. Well, we're just gonna leave. Either he is bugged, or we have somehow made ourselves unable to fight him. Either way, we're not gonna be able to do anything else here. Invisibility. Perfect hiding spots. Oh, we have been seen. I wish I had unlimited target AoE, but we don't. We're on chain shape. Oh, knockdown. Who does... Oh, right. There's a Minotaur in there. There we go. That's Vigor, even though the heals won't go for much. At least gives us temp health as well. And the reason the heals won't go for that much is, of course... Oh, and that's why we couldn't jump out either. Our jump spell had worn off. Well, the good news is that we found shrines. The bad news is, as far as the actual quest progress goes, we have investigate the disturbances, and we have 2 left, which means I think we've only investigated 1?
Kobold agitators are making a bad situation worse by spreading lies. What is the best way to stop them? It looks like a few kobold troublemakers are agitating the others. A group of kobolds guard the entrance here. They seem wary. The
Need to speak to your
kobolds
boss.
agree to let you pass.
Okay. So we don't need to provoke them, we can just ask politely. And then we shoot the Plague Reaper. Because he spawned, even though these guys aren't aggressive. Alright, so is this like the other one where there's a... Alright, so there's a lot of supervisors. Union organizer. Bluff. Okay. So we made the bluff check. So now he's following us. So we take him out to see the Sahuagin, who I... Is that why I couldn't kill that guy? Because I need him for later? You know what, I guess we go back this way. Back to the Sahuagin. Where's the dude? There he is, okay. We need to head over here. Probably. Alright, there he is. Alright, so by clicking provoke earlier, we really might have screwed ourselves over. A bit short for a kobold. Aren't they all short? Not where it counts? Look at the tail. Oh, I see how it is. I'm just looking respectfully. Well, that's why we couldn't kill them. They're required to finish the quest. Okay. So we return to the start of the quest then? Is that what that is? It said return to the House Lyrander Tower. Which is back this way. Alright, we want to head here. Oh, and we're out of dashes. I don't know what the wand charging station is for. It's probably like the quest where you have to be like, oh, right, by the way, we need to leave behind some rock-solid evidence. Wait, where did they go? Disillusionment wand. Oh, there it is. We found the tower. Almost accidentally, we found the tower.
From the top of the stairs, Travash calls out.
See? It takes a professional to take out the trash. Do better next time.
$13K. I mean, yeah, it did take us like 15 minutes because we didn't know what we were doing. But still, if we knew what we were doing, we could have done that in half the time, which makes it a lot of XP at this level. That said, we're going to go back to Harbor 2s now that we've been distracted by something that's like, wait, what is that? I haven't seen that before. Alright, so we have enough points for more pack dice. And away we go. Hi. Oh, right. It is useful if we actually spend our Reaper points when we're heading into Reaper quests. PRR, thank you. Reflex saves. Just spend all of the points, even the points that we don't think we need. We spend those too. Get this. Get that. Get this, get that, get the other thing. Excellent. Excellent. We turn on public and away we go. Buff spells, and be blessed.
You dispatch the guards with ease. The way into the gambling hall is clear.
There we go. I think it's just like, wow, everything falls over. It's like, yes. This is the difference of having, I believe we, right now, 5 blast dice as opposed to only 2, which is why things like Acolyte of the Skin cannot compete. Tainted Scholar is too strong. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. That makes it think it's got to be nerfed. It's just they have multiple good trees. Tainted Scholar is very good early. Soul Eater is very good a little bit later.
Brother Augustus.
There we go. Easy enough, and we are on our way. Now, the question is, oh, right, wait. I forgot. I said that we were going to chug an XP pot once we got here. Do I have it on me? I do. There we go. That is a 6-hour, 30% potion. Not one of the big 50s, but a 30 is still pretty solid. And we're going to go through Ringleader. In fact, we're going to hit Ringleader multiple times because it is just enough XP to be worth hitting multiple times. Not a lot of quests in the game are, but Ringleader is.
Several of them in the next room. You should proceed with caution.
Now, obviously, if we wanted to maximize our XP per minute, we would turn off Reaper 2. We'd be in here on Reaper 1 because that makes it easier. But we're not doing that, so no big deal. Also, we shouldn't be stopping for things like ingredients like that. But, you know, sometimes you want to grab some stuff as you run by instead of just running by. Don't trip us, please. In fact, you can cast the darkness at us too. I don't care. We're just going to run through it. Jump past the trap. And we are good to go. Hello, Bloody Knuckles. Sorry, not Bloody Knuckles, just Blood Knuckles. They left the Y off. Makes it more distinct. Alright, and there we go. Nice, easy 8,500 XP in a minute and a half. You know, as you do, just normal XP for this level. Now granted, that is a little bit exaggerated because, as I mentioned, we did drink an XP pot. And XP pots, fortunately, don't tick down in town. We're going to head in on Elite just because. We're not going to chain run it, like, all the way down, but we'll do 1-in-1 for Reaper and Elite.
Be heard nearby. It's likely you will encounter several of them in the next room. You should proceed with caution.
Did we get lucky? You know, I was thinking, as far as which UI elements to put on the vertical layout, that maybe the quest goals as well. But the problem is that the quest goals box changes size a lot from quest to quest. So it makes it a little trickier to... Stop that. It makes it a little trickier to grab, because the others are just straight up, I guess I would call them hard-coded. Like, I just straight up painted the exact size and shape of them to cut them out, to move them around. So it's very much not a, like, smart detect sort of thing. Alright. There we go. And... hello, Chieftain. Goodbye, Chieftain. Yes, Chieftain. And Blood Knuckles is once again down. Again, half as much XP as last time, only 4k. But still, it's 4k in a minute and a half. So still, very, very good. Which brings us to the next one, which is going to be interesting because we're going to swap from chain to single target, and we're going to see what we can do about being stealthy. Now, we do have invisibility, which is handy when being stealthy, but it is of limited utility. Because, well, we have to pull levers and do things like that. And once you start pulling levers, you're not invisible anymore.
Deeper into the warehouse. A high-pitched yapping noise is abruptly cut off before you can pin. The stink of unwashed kobolds pervades this room. You wonder whether washed kobolds would smell any better.
Okay, so the trick is that we don't want dungeon alert. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to target all of the non-prophets and kill them without killing the prophets. So that if we have a bunch of guys trailing us, how many did I kill? Oh, I didn't kill that one. Oh, excellent. Very handy. That's Prophet. That's Shaman.
There are many footprints in the dust on
Alright, so that was okay, we have a Plague Reaper on us. We still have not killed any prophets, which is very nice. Unfortunately, we are now at orange dungeon alert. There we go. We have killed one prophet. And it was enough to bring us down to green dungeon alert.
This makes you feel uneasy.
Alright, we go to change shape because all we need to do is run in here.
This must be the kobolds,
grab it. There we go, 6.5k. And now we just clean up enough of these that we can recall out. There we go. Little over 6k, 2 minutes. Very solid. We're going to try to do this again on Elite and see how it goes for us. Now this is an interesting one if you go into it on like a hardcore season.
A set of kobold
because
crosses and recrosses
doing it this way is inherently more risky. And the problem is that, well, what if a Reaper spawns?
High-pitched yapping noise is abruptly cut off before you can pinpoint its source. The stink of unwashed kobolds pervades this room. You wonder whether washed kobolds would smell any better.
Right, so we killed one prophet. Not ideal.
A stairway leads down into a lower section of the warehouse. Several steps are spattered with rust-colored spots.
Can we get this? Yes. Alright. We're doing a good job so far of taking out the ones that are not prophets.
Flimsy-looking suspension bridges converge on the central platform. There are many footprints in the dust on the rotting slats.
This time, last run, we had orange dungeon alert. So either we did something better, or we got luckier, or both. You know what? We have crowd control. Let's do that. We can just toss a web down, and then all the guys chasing us can't catch us. Funny how that works.
This must be the kobolds'
Boom.
shrine to Kyber.
Easy 3k.
The altar glows with a strange and sickly light.
3k, once again, 2 minutes. So, not the best, but I think at this level, anything over 1,000 is fine. Now we could, if we wanted to be just really ambitious, skip ahead and just do level 3 stuff. We have a pot going after all. We could just go, it's like, you know what, we're going to hit Waterworks, or we're going to hit the Gatekeeper's Chain, or something else that is similarly big XP. But we're going to keep going with these. And hopefully it continues working for us.
As you enter the sewer, Garrison calls from above. Be careful. At the end of the tunnel, you see a makeshift gong and a lone kobold.
This time, we don't need to worry about doing specific things. We can just run in and blast stuff. So we're going to keep blasting. It is nice that we're not fire-based at this point, because gray oozes are immune to fire, and it's very annoying at low levels.
A soft sound, like that of a snoring animal, echoes along the tunnel.
So we need to kill the troglodytes. Are you gonna two-shot me? No? Okay. Because Famine Reapers can really lay a hurting on you at these levels. Especially, I've died to them in hardcore seasons where they do like a... It's not Frost Lance, it's Nyax Cold Ray, and I've had it hit me for like over 100 on R1. Now granted, that was on a hardcore season, you know, no past lives, no gear, so right now I have 28 magic resist rating, which is much better than I would have had on one of those just nothing, like, pure new builds. Also, you know, having 200 health is a nice buffer, which is why I said 2-shot instead of 1-shot, because even if they can hit you for over 100 damage, well, just get more health. And if you have more health, then they can't kill you as easily. It's an amazing concept. Until, of course, you get to things like insta-kill spells, and it's just like, well, I hope you've got Deathblock, because all the health in the world will not help against the Vorpal Weapon, or, say, Finger of Death, or any of the other ways that enemies can just straight up murder you if you do not properly gear. There we go. Take out all that. Grab the tools. 5k. And we are out of there. You know, I said earlier about, you know, 1k a minute is pretty decent. That was 2.5. So, very convenient. We're going to turn this one in, because otherwise the stuff you pick up in the quest, like, stays in your inventory forever. Unless you go in and manually get rid of it, but still. So, we are going to skip the library quests, because... Actually, I forget. The library quest is okay XP, right? It's just a little annoying because you have to wait in the beginning. I have Leap. So we have that going for us.
The librarian
to run a little
agrees
faster.
To show you his collection. He leaves you below the tower, then motions you closer to speak.
But how's my intelligence? 21? I don't know if that's enough to do the runes.
Despite this, the books seem
of course, the other option is simply, well,
magic must be at work here.
What if we just tank the lightning bolts instead of disarming them? How's that?
The librarian scans the shelves, muttering to himself. Best wait for him to leave before trying to steal Dulsamara's books.
Alright, go on. Get going. I've got books to steal from you, and I can't do it while you're watching me. I have a shy, stealing hand. I just can't do it in public when you ask on demand.
Obtain the book. The librarian's voice shrieks, "I know your true intentions, thief. My traps will be
Use different types of weapons to combat different types of undead. Understood. I'll use my acid blast on the skeletons. And then I'll use my acid blast on the zombies. And then I'll use my acid blast on literally everything else, except for, like, clay golems. Alright, how much does this hurt if I just try to run through it? Some. Now, you can disarm all this stuff. As long as you have just a little bit of intelligence. You hit those, you see these runes here? You just touch them, and then the lightning stops. Now, you might think it's like, well, why don't you do that then? It's like, because I'm being lazy and or greedy. Like, I'm not going to take the time to do that. I'll just face tank everything. And fortunately, thanks to having all of our points in our Eladrin race tree, we have access to healing. So we just healed ourselves back up, and we're good to go. Now let's not do the thing I've done a bunch of times. We pull that lever, and then we pull this lever, and then we fight these guys that spawn at us, and then we just head back to the beginning, right? No. I pulled those levers to open the door to get to this lever, which is the one we actually need to pull. I have so many times I've come in here and I've gone down the side thing to pull the lever, and it's like, right, I pulled 2 levers. I'm done. I did what I needed to do. It's like, no, you needed to pull 3 levers. Well, technically 4 if we count the one on the other side, but 3 on that side, 1 on the other side. 1 and optionally multiple runes. Gonna run straight through these traps because we're gonna disrespect it. How are we on kills? You can use that rune off to the right hand side to make it so these guys don't aggro, like so they don't get resurrected. But we're not gonna do that because you need to kill 10 things to activate Reaper XP.
You have found,
and I had only killed 7 things so far.
To leave this vile place.
There's a couple other optional things you can do in this quest, but we're skipping them. It's okay. 3 minutes. Little over 3.5 minutes, a little under 6k. Still pretty solid. Now we walk the Butcher's Path, which we need to make sure we don't skip stuff in. Because the thing about the Butcher's Path is, it is a very strict requirement. Slay at least 80 monsters to clear the Butcher's Path. Like, okay. So, can we just walk by stuff instead of fighting it? It's like, no. The whole point of this is that you're fighting everything. Granted, not everything. You need to do, like, one side area, basically. There's a couple options for side areas, and you need to do at least one of them. What's in here? A valve. Neat. And another valve. We pulled both of them. So we're here in the hidden treasure room. Alright, never mind. We'll just move forward. Alright. All these guys need to go down, 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 down. So we're going to have to go... There's a place later on where there's kind of a trap set up, where there's a little loop off to the side. If you go into it, and you try to open a chest, a bunch of guys jump out and ambush you. Now, we don't need to do the whole ambush with the gates closing to get enough kills. But we do need to walk into that section a little bit to fight the guys that are already there before the ambush comes for you. Now, normally you wouldn't want to stand there in the pipe, because some of these shaman can cast lightning bolt at you. And lightning bolt, where you can't dodge side to side, can be a bad time. We don't want to have a bad time. We don't want a pizza when we should have french fried, or vice versa. We want to have a good time. Are we strong enough to lift this? We are. The power of tomes and reaper helms. There we go. So this is that part I was talking about where we want to come over here to get our kills in, even though we're not going to actually activate the ambush. Because the ambush is if you try to get that chest. We're going to come over here and get 2 more kills, just in case we're going to kill these oozes. I don't think we needed to kill them. Like, I think we would have had just exactly enough, because I've run this quest enough times that I think if we just go down the side there and then finish out, we would kill exactly enough. As in, the rare spawn at the end that is not rare is going to be the 80th kill. But yeah, we were a little slow in that we've killed a bunch of extra dudes. But we were just playing it safe. We didn't want to end up in a weird situation where we get to the end, it's just like, well, sorry, you needed to kill 3 more. Backtrack until you can find 3 guys. Like, nope.
You have walked the butcher's path and lived. No easy
There we go.
feat, even for the bravest of warriors.
8K in a couple minutes. Not too bad. Of course, we have a secret to figure out here. Oh, wait. Let's open up something and check it. No, we're good, we're good. Okay. Thought Twitch was like, we're gonna run ads on you now. It's like, no.
You wish all these bones
We got a
were
while
little
still on
leaner.
that.
The air reeks of rotten meat.
At least this quest, plus at least one more. So here we want to come down till we get to the T-junction. The T-junction is, of course, where the T-virus came from. That's exactly how the plotline goes in those games.
Floors, walls, and ceiling drip.
It all started when someone just got wet in the rain and they were like, we need an umbrella. And, you know, yada yada yada, T-virus and humanity's dead. So, you know, just your standard boy meets girl sort of
This room
story.
stinks a little less than the rest of this foul place. This probably marks it as the luck of the second
There we go.
Chieftain Brothers has
Grab
been
the
slain.
chieftain. And run away. Now, early on, and of course also in hardcore seasons, the trap that's coming up here was seen as like very deadly and dangerous, and you want to have someone to take care of it for you. We don't care. Oh no, 20 damage. Wah.
The bulging chest in this room could only belong to one of the Kobold brothers you heard. The first of the Kobold Chieftain Brothers has been slain.
There we go. And if you want your Muckbane,
The rear section of the sewer
you can
has
pull
been
those valves and it opens the way into this back section over here, which you might find a rare spawn who will drop you a club that is immune to damage for hitting oozes, which is very nice if you're melee and you don't have another way to make a weapon that is invulnerable to being damaged when hitting oozes. Otherwise, oozes, and by extension rust monsters, suck to fight. But fortunately, there are ways around it. You get a glass weapon, you get, let's see, it's glass, it's crystal, it's... I don't think dense wood is immune.
Floor sets your nerves on
Certain
edge.
magical weapons are, of course, immune because they don't even exist in the first place. Things like summoned blades, that being a flame blade, that being let's see, like Druid Flame Blade works, the Feydark Illusion Blades work. Really just anything that is not a real weapon can't be damaged by oozes, because it's not a real weapon.
The last scorpion
Alright, we
collapsed.
finish off Blacktail. We don't get Reaper XP, because we only killed 9 things. As we were talking about in that earlier quest, gotta kill 10 if you want Reaper XP, which means that specifically for Haberdasher, there are 8 scorpions, which means if you want Reaper XP, you need 2 things to happen. You need the rare spawn to be up, which it was that time, and you also need a Reaper to spawn. I mean, I guess alternatively you could have 2 Reapers spawn instead, but at that point, it's like, that's asking a little bit much. There aren't that many opportunities. Maybe if you really crank the skulls up, but at which point you're just making things hard for yourself for no apparent reason, which is something we do here. And in fact, it's something that we're actively doing here. It's like, why are we on R2? R2 is significantly harder than R1. Okay, maybe that's overselling it.
Across the room, you see
R2
iron defender.
is harder than R1 for no real benefit besides giving twice as much Reaper XP. However,
You hear another
at
sound
this
of
level,
whirring
Reaper XP
gears.
is measured in the triple digits. If I wanted to farm Reaper XP at cap, it's measured in the 5 digits. If you have a pot running, and it's certain quests. But still, like, you can get it in the thousands at cap. So a couple hundred here and there. While it does add up, like it certainly adds up, it's not that impactful if it's something that you're really targeting. But I don't like to target farm stuff that much like that. I kind of enjoy the whole process of how DDO works in general, which is that you just, as long as you keep playing and as long as you keep doing stuff, you will acquire power gradually over time. Now, granted, there are people who want to speed up that process. Obviously, you can optimize this to be better. I think, I actually think Axel put out a video about that earlier this week, about, like, the most efficient way to get all of your past lives. I haven't watched it, but I believe he did put out something along those lines, which probably goes into the math, and it's like, well, the iconic past lives also give you your class past lives. So you don't really want to do your class past lives without one, or you'll end up like me on this character, where it's just like, oh, so what's going to happen here is now I need to play a bunch of weird multi-class builds because I already got my class lives just from normal heroic leveling, and now I've got these iconics that are going to start with a level in a class, but I don't want a past life of that class, so you end up doing some weird splits. Which, I will say, while it's not efficient, it's certainly more interesting, because one of the things I really like about the game is like how you can do builds, and builds can be weird and complex, or like very simple, depending on how you want them to be. So having the option to be like, well, oh no, I did things inefficiently, now I guess I've got to engage with the build system to figure out a way to make this work, which is, of course, a big part of the fun for me. So, are we done with our level 2s already? Let's see. Stop Hasdell. We didn't care about the Hasdell one. We're skipping Misery's Peak, Miller's Death, Arachnophobia. Yeah, okay, we're done with all the 2s that we were going to do. Very nice. Which means we can take level 5. Which means we can also upgrade our gear. So, I'm going to turn this quest in. Go down here. We'll grab a shield wand. Why not? Well, the answer to why not is we can hardcast shield. But still, we're going to go over here, talk to our Warlock trainer friend to advance a level. Get to the next level as Warlock. Concentration, Spellcraft, UMD. There we go. We will take Knock. Excellent. Spells. Knock. Drag that out there. How are we on points? We have 4 points. Alright. Well, essentially, we can't get that until next level. It's going to take 8 more prerequisite points to get all the way up there. Which means, I believe it is time for us to drop into this side. So, we're going to grab tiny bits of Spellcraft. And then we're going to grab Permanent Blur. Hooray! Permanent Blur. And now it is time to go to the bank and grab our gear to swap to. Now, one problem here is, unlike last life, where we could just use one of the rings out of Feywild, which did both elements we wanted, it did fire and evil, it's a little bit trickier this time. So, alright. So we have hand upgrade, bracer upgrade, chest piece upgrade. Now, the funny thing about these quote-unquote upgrades is that it is actually going to be a downgrade in certain respects. We are going to have fewer defenses, because while we have better everything else stats, all of this stuff having the... Oh, what is a good way to put it? Having the mythics and all really, really adds up. So we want Winter's Chill, and we do want... show me rings. Show me rings with a max level of 8. Like, Summer's Heat is all we wanted last time, because Fire and Radiance were the two things that we wanted. But I don't think we have our Acid Ring. Max level 11. We don't have it. We got a Stone Ring, but that's not really what we care about. Diabolists, no. No, we don't have... Fall's Decay, I think, is the one we would want. Like, we have Winter's Chill for Kinetic. So we're going to grab that one. We'll grab Queen's Scepter. This. And then, is this Acid? Alright, we'll keep Acid on our offhand. And then, what else do we need? Got that, got that, got that. We need a necklace. Where's our necklace? Bottled Sunlight. There we go. And there we go. We are all set. And it's time for another break. So we're going to take 3 minutes, stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack. The game will be paused while we do this, so no one misses anything. Take good care of yourselves while I take good care of myself. And I'll see you in 3 minutes. All right, we have returned. I hope everyone had a good break. We should be good to go again for another hour or so. So now, because we did not have an acid ring on us out of Feywild, our acid is a little bit weaker than we would like, but it's still plenty good. If we look at our spell powers here, we can look at it and be like, okay, so our force is 179 with a 17% crit chance, and our acid is 168 and 24%. So we're a little low on our acid spell power, but we have been killing stuff relatively easily, so it's not that big a deal. But we are now level 5. We grabbed our upgrades. And it is time to hit level 3 quests. The question is, which level 3 quests do we want to hit? We could join this Feywild group a little early. Like, we do have a pot running, so joining Feywild early isn't the worst plan ever, but we're quite early. Given that it's level 5 quests and we're not there yet. So, let's see. Make believe. That's early in the cycle. So we're very early. If we do it too early, what happens? Oh, they're in the Thornright. Alright, they're further along than I thought. We're just going to go ahead and do something a little more our level. We're going to do the Lost Gatekeeper's Chain, and then we'll head into Waterworks, I think. I think that's going to be our path. And then we'll probably skip 4s because there's not a lot of 4s I care about. And then we'll hit Feywild a little early. Like, a little early. Like, level 6, not level 5. Because then we can hit Feywild, and then we can hit Three Barrel Cove, and we should be good. The funny thing is, we have now, because it only counts in quest time, we've only ticked off 24 minutes out of our 6 hours of our XP potion. So that's going pretty well for us. And now a lot of that is because in the harbor, everything is in town, and the timer pauses while you're in town, but it does run while you're in wilderness areas. So running through the wilderness between quests is now going to count against us on our pot duration, which is fine, but we'll just have to make do with it. Now, one downside here is I did forget to grab the Captives quest, so we're going to end up skipping that, but that's fine.
Blocks the road to the west.
You know what, we're going to drop to R1 just because. We'll go the easier route.
Things look peaceful on the road to Nash's farm, but the hills echo with distant shouts.
You don't need to fight almost anything here. Like, there's no quest objective that says you have to fight. Now,
Orc raiders have thrown up a crude
the trick is that I can't get over this barricade.
To discourage anyone from returning.
There is a barricade though, so we kill the stuff coming out of the barricade. We run backwards a little bit. And now we just kind of blast as we run. Now we are going to grab pretty high dungeon alert here, as like a bunch of wolves are going to aggro on us. We're still only at green, but we're about to aggro more as we continue moving forward. Yellow. Yeah, essentially we have enough guys trailing us that every time we get more that just see us, it should jump up to yellow. And because the last group is fairly large, there's a good chance that as soon as we aggro the last group, we will immediately go up to orange. Not red, but orange. Still not the end of the world. We are strong enough to handle it.
Angry orc cries bellow from behind the house as the flames go out.
Oh, never mind. We only went up to yellow. Alright. And we do need to kill all of these. Let me hard target the dude. Thank you. Oh, he has magic resist rating. Go figure.
The local orcs will think twice before
Excellent.
raiding another farmstead in the Cerulean Hills.
So we were able to skip some early stuff with invisibility, and now we get the heck out of here.
A dusty caravan blocks the road to the west.
And away we go. Now, we do have the benefit of... We struggled a little bit. Are the tattered gloves out of that quest still any good? This was specifically brought up at some point in the past. Because I know this is something I learned on stream that someone asked about them. I think they have unusually high fire crit for the level, if I recall correctly. As for that makes them any good, I don't know.
The local orcs have transformed this cave.
It also might be just a tooltip thing that they don't actually give as much crit as they say they do. I can't speak to that directly though, as I do not have a copy of them. Yeah, 12% fire crit is unusually high. So if you're doing a lot of fire stuff, sure, why not? Like, why wouldn't you? It's the best you can get at the level. Like, right now, I think at level 5, I believe the rings out of Feywild give 9% crit. Of course, they're kind of better overall because they do it to 2 elements and they have power on them as well.
Decorate this modest fountain. Clear water gushes out into the basin.
Right. Fortunately, there's no channel time on getting the buffs. You just click it and run. There we go. Running away. And off we go. There is a channel on the lever. Ah, okay. I thought we might get lucky and, like, just dodge the hits so we could pull it. But, okay. We kill stuff first. We're not opposed to killing stuff.
Ahead is a small fountain, flanked by 2
Now, of course,
large
if you have the ability
Fortunately
to cast
for you,
these 2 spells on yourself directly, or you've got scrolls that you can use, you can just run straight forward here. And this is a strategy I've seen used for groups that were doing, like, high-level Reapers of this. It was just like, no, we're going to grab scrolls or potions and just be like, no, why would we go to the side and fight all those extra things, which is dangerous, when we can just cast the spells on ourselves and pass through. Of course, we also have a leap, so we can skip these sections too. So we can grab that, we cast our Featherfall on ourselves. Adventurous Pack. Jump and Featherfall. So we just need a leap for that first section. Even the single values have power creep, got the gloves too. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. They're probably still the best. Like, if you're optimizing for just fire, then yeah. But
it seems that the final
it doesn't matter too much. Mostly because heroics are generally easy enough. That you don't need to highly optimize.
The initiate was sent to retrieve the skull of an orc elder. Yet who was it that sent the initiate to plunder this?
Oh, I accidentally hit caps lock. Let's not yell at our party member. Right, grab a bottle of smoke and be on our way. But yeah, like, it's fairly common if you're not optimizing your gear sets completely, and I don't optimize my gear sets completely, that you'll end up with a slaughter 2 that's just kind of dead. Like, they don't really have anything that you don't already have elsewhere. And in those sorts of situations, like, well, why not have just like, okay.
The old mine here has long since collapsed.
We
Someone must have dug
have a
one
free
too
space and
many
gloves,
times.
so we can get a couple extra fire crit percentage.
You've arrived at the main shaft of the
Arcane Trickster in the party. I
security
see.
constructs shuffle around nearby, still active long after the miners left. A note placed above the level reads, "Entry to Mine 2A is forbidden due to collapsed floor, dangerous terrain, and hostile creatures." The rotting wood snaps as you step on it, dropping you
Now,
into
Arcane
the
Trickster
fire pit below.
is quite
You
weak at
don't
this point.
see any way to get
They do not have Arcane Ambush yet,
past.
and therefore, they don't have their main damage source. So, we are going to carry him for now, and then maybe we will run into him later on and he will carry us. This is something that happens a lot in DDO because different classes have power spikes at different points.
Hums with magical energy. It's
Is
connected
that,
to a
well,
barrier
sometimes
that blocks the path
you're
forward.
strong early,
The
but
barrier
a little
fades.
bit weaker later, and sometimes
Searing heat buffets your
you're gonna
face.
get your power spike at level
Ancient
12,
magma
but they're gonna get their power
wanders
spike
about
at level
in a large chamber
15.
ahead.
It's like, okay,
The
well,
rumble of the brute ends, leaving
you're
only
gonna
the sound of
be
its
way
magic
stronger than them at this
flowing
point, and
into
they're
the
gonna be way
walls
stronger than you are here, and sometimes you end up leapfrogging. This is especially true of various caster classes, where it's just like, well, I was falling behind the melees who got like big cleave abilities at 12, but then I got another level, and now I have delayed blast fireball, and everything is good. And now I'm stronger again. Like, especially when you get access to new tiers of spells, it can be quite powerful. Here we go. And we get a little bit of XP bonus for having people in party as we do maintain VIP. It's not a lot.
All you see when you enter is an old woman sitting alone by the fire. She doesn't seem to notice you. You find a
Takes
dull
this
and
scythe?
rusted scythe among the other garden tools in this workshop. You take it with you. Perhaps you'll need it outside.
Alright, we'll get rid of these. So I know I heard him use one of the hand things, but I think I also saw him use some of the Feydark spells, which makes sense. If you're going for the Force Caster route, then dropping into Feydark for some of those is a good plan. Away we go.
You emerge into the hot air and find yourself on the back porch. You use the scythe to cut down the bamboo that is sprung up around the back porch. Before you stretches an overgrown wasteland, the remains of the family's
There we go.
crop field. You pause, struck by a headache.
Off we go.
As a cold voice sounds around you.
I was like, we'll just run ahead and nope, Carnage Reaper spawned.
A little bit farther. You hear the ghostly voice again. Almost there, Lily. I'm waiting under our favorite tree.
So
Lily's family
good to
turns
wait
in
under the
surprise
favorite
to see
tree.
their strange daughter. They notice that something about her seems wrong. Unhinged, even.
Keep blasting. Blasted enemies! How am I supposed to blast you if you're not blasting yet? Come out here and fight me!
When a vision fades, an incorporeal figure appears before you.
You are so jealous, Lily. And now look what you've done. You want my songs? Come and get them.
There we go. Songbook,
Blinded and enraged,
songbird.
The phantom lunges towards you. The phantom shrieks. Her
There we go.
voice
Got the
echoing
bongos
through
going.
the clearing and sending a sharp pain to your skull. But
It's a good
soon
time.
she dissolves into a thin mist.
Alright,
and
so we
vanishes.
are...
You found
We're
Rosemary's
cruising
songbook,
through level 5
but
pretty
most of the
quickly.
pages are torn or missing. Perhaps there is something else
And
in
we should
your
probably
body
tell
that
them
can
that we
deliver
forgot
a
to grab
song back to
captives.
the gatekeepers. You realize that Rosemary's parrot has learned to repeat parts of her songs. With the bird in tow, you can finally return to the gatekeepers and leave this cursed place behind you.
Off we go. Grab. Alright, we're good to go. Oh, he's got it. Excellent.
You've entered the ruined temple by its long-abandoned rear entrance. Foxpaw came here to find some sort of sacred bounty. It's time for you to figure out just what
There we
that
go.
This
Scorpion
otherwise
spawn?
tranquil
No,
chamber
this is just
tainted
cats.
by the telltale scent.
Cats around the corner.
The air grows more humid as you approach the next chamber.
We just follow the light. If you don't know the way in this quest, you follow where the light is going. It will take you where you need to go.
A faint clanking can be heard echoing down the hallway. Why is the
go.
sound of gears heard inside a temple devoted to the goddess of nature?
And then you turn right at the end.
Cool, damp air flows up from the
Down we
caverns
go.
deep below.
Alright. Oh, we should actually thank this guy. It's like, I was saying, oh, it's nice of him to do that. And then I didn't actually tell him it was nice of him to do that.
You hear the scrape.
We follow Siberian Derpskis on social media, and he takes his huskies for walks every day for like 2 to 3 hours. Is that a husky thing or pretty standard? That is a very long walk. Like 2 to 3 hours is substantial. Now, granted, we do not go on walks as long as we should.
Where the light streams in from above the stone.
But 2 to 3 hours would be pretty long.
Rests on the ground beside you.
Like, logistically, that's going to be difficult for most people. And I'm thinking like single parent sort of thing. It's just like, when you factor in, you know, your normal day-to-day housekeeping chores, plus your work and your commute, another like 3 hours is kind of all of your free time. Works from home? Well, yes, but if you're working from home, that doesn't really save you anything in working hours. It does save you the commute, though, which, depending on where you live, could be anywhere from saving you, you know, 15 minutes to saving you like 2 hours if it's like an hour each way. But yes, I will say that there are different dog breeds have different energy requirements, and huskies are very on the high end of that. Now, like, you're going to see something similar for things like border collies. Granted, German Shorthair Pointers are a little bit higher energy. She is less high energy than she used to be since she is getting a little older. And, or maybe she's just, like, picking up on something that I'm doing. But recently, she hasn't been as keen to play a bunch of ball. At least if we go, like, in the backyard. You're like, I throw the ball, like, once or twice, and she's just, and then she takes it and she goes back to the door. It's like, okay, we're done now, right? But if we go and walk over to the park, well, she lasts a bit longer. Still not as long as she used to, obviously. She's a little older now. But, like, much longer than if we were just in the backyard. Maybe it's a mindset thing. It's just like, no, this is just kind of a little bit of exercise and a bathroom break. Whereas going to the park, well, the park is all about the running. That's like the thing.
A crumpled figure lies inside the nearby
but no, 2 to 3 hours is a lot. But I can definitely see it being important for your most active, most high energy breeds, because especially huskies specifically have a reputation, and I have to say, based on reputation, because I've never had one, that they tend to get like destructive if they're bored. Like, if you do not entertain the husky will entertain itself by shredding everything you own. So, in order to avoid that, yes, they need lots and lots of exercise. But yeah, his huskies keep him up, awake at all hours of the night. Yeah. Yeah, that's not ideal. Now, she makes sure to wake me up to get fed in the morning, obviously. But she's not keeping me up late at night. Right. And we got one more here, where we go into the house. And since we're going to be over at the house, we will also pick up our wings first. Which we have forgotten to do earlier, because for some reason the wings don't last through reincarnation like other cosmetics do. That said, it just makes them how things used to be. Do you appreciate the 3 a.m. Instagram reels when Leia wakes him up? Always ready to post? Yeah. That is some commitment. Alright, we got our wings. Now we have to leave and come back in. Beats. Cosmetics. Wings. Winter Court wings. Alright. In the hut.
As you step inside the hut, you suddenly feel disoriented. Which way is down again?
I probably should have spent my points, shouldn't I? Yeah, I have 3 points. 3 points is enough to get another charisma. And then 1 more point somewhere else. She had a surgery on her leg since then. She can't walk down steps to pee, so she wakes him up. Ah.
Stop thinking with your gut, Beatrice. They brought us another set of ritual.
Well, this is actually the thing, and this is something that happens to people as well, which is, you think it's like, oh, I got injured, I'm recovering from surgery, I'm gonna have trouble getting upstairs. It's just like, no. No, you're gonna be fine getting upstairs. You're gonna have trouble getting downstairs. Going downstairs and down hills is actually much, much harder on your joints and all than going up. Of course, leaping over a fence does mean you're landing on the other side. But, you know, you're too excited in the moment because you got to jump over a fence. I mean, that's a good time. I need to get back in shape so I can start jumping over fences. It's a good time. Right. Which way are we headed?
Oh, look. More flies stuck in the jam. Welcome to hell, idiots.
Grumbles Thel. We screwed up.
Fighting words. Challenge you to battle with wits. Yes. Compliments. Well said. Have you dueled before? I'm half ogre.
There has to be something we can do, mutters Foxpaw.
Alright, here we go.
Some tea?
Lily asks nonchalantly.
Now, this is actually a quest that can screw over certain builds, because it's one of the earliest quests in the game that puts you against enemies that absorb a certain element. Fortunately, I'm not casting that element, but some of the guys in here absorb cold damage, like they heal from it. So, if you're used to doing cold damage, and then suddenly there's this level 3 quest, and everything's getting healed by your spells, oops. The surge is like many months a year ago, so she's physically healed from it? Ah, I see. But yes, in this quest, there are guys, I believe it's the skeletons, that get healed by cold damage. Leia, being a husky, probably also gets healed by cold damage. It's always funny when you see the posts tagged a certain way, and obviously a decent chunk of them are probably just tagging them this way for the engagement bait. But where they're like, the neighbor was mad that, you know, we kept our dog outside in the cold, and it just cuts to the husky who refuses to do anything remotely related to coming back inside from the cold. Or, one particular picture I remember seeing was, it's just like, most of the snow is gone,
Let's think this one through.
And it's
What's the
just
deal with
like
you?
a dog
Your soul
just
isn't all
sitting
transparent like
on the
mine.
one patch of snow remaining. Like there's no snow left except for this like just one little
What did
bit.
you do?
And the dog is just like, yes, this is where I will sit.
Somewhere up above.
Beatrice, eat when we're done. Focus on the rich. Focus on the
But yeah, it all depends on
Beatrice.
where the dog is from and where you live currently, because you get breeds like Huskies that are going to have the opposite problem,
Shouts out.
which is like, oh, yeah, if you live in a hot climate and you have a Husky, now you've got a problem. Like, snow? Fine. Hot temperatures? Absolutely not.
Cadence bemoans her own demise as she flops to the ground and turns to dust. Agnes collapses,
All right.
groaning.
So we have 3 points.
Then she poofs into
We're going to
a
grab a
cloud of
charisma.
dust.
Will you hurry up? We're
And
on
then
a
we
schedule.
need 1 more
Cadence
point. We'll put it in
reappears on the tree
saves.
stump, then disappears just as
And
suddenly.
then we'll put the rest in Greater Color Spray. 1 point. Once we get 1 more
Beatrice
point,
announces
which will be
with
next level,
distinct lack of
Greater Color
enthusiasm
Spray.
as she falls over and scatters.
House D and Lamortia R1. Feywild R1. They're in Bitterspine Palace, so they're a decent way through. We are going to head to Waterworks. Oh, they're in Washington? Presumably the state, not
The
DC.
strong smell of sewage permeates the air around.
That is,
You hear human voices up ahead.
That's a little bit better place. Like DC, it's like it's further north, generally speaking. Like it's in the northern half of the country, but it's not quite the same as Washington State, which is like all the way up there. So yes, they get lots of wetness and lots of cold. 2 things that I personally do not do well with. I am fine being hot and wet. In fact, some people prefer me that way. But being cold and wet, that's another matter entirely. I can do without being cold and wet. I can do without being cold in general. I mean, look at me. I've got no insulation on me. Shake like a fucking chihuahua. Well, okay, that's an exaggeration, but I still hate the cold. Oh look, we detected a trap that we can't do anything about because we don't have the ability to disarm traps. Now the funny thing here is, we can knock that lock, but unfortunately that doesn't actually help us to finish the quest, because the quest objective that it tells you is find the key. It doesn't say, you know, get into the room. It says find the key, which means if you find the key, if you just pick the lock or something, well, good for you, but you won't advance the quest state.
Snoring creatures behind the door.
So we gotta come in here and actually look for the key. Alright. Is it? Oh, there it is. Are scimitars viable at all? Yes, but again, this comes down to my general opinion about things in DDO, is that pretty much everything is viable to a certain extent. Now, are they, like, good? I know for a while back, when I was looking at doing a... oh, what was it? A dual-wielding build for a ranger, a Tempest build. There are reasons to use scimitars if you are going dex-based, I believe was the thing. I forget what the weapon was that you were supposed to use, and I say supposed to in, like, heavy air quotes. Because, again, there's a big gap between viable and, like, optimal. Like, most things are viable. Not quite so many are optimal.
Hear an arrogant and loud yipping
But
voice behind the door.
I've heard, or at least when I was trying to read up on it, that scimitars are a good weapon type to use for a dual-wielding Tempest build if you're going dex-based. I do not remember why or how, but I do remember that being something that was brought up. Okay. We had someone join us, which is good, because they're joining us on the first quest. Later quests in chains like this are a little bit trickier to have people added to. You're Dragon Lord this life and wanted to do something different, and not just go for the usual suspects. How are you liking Dragon Lord? I think I did like 1 life on it, but I think it was a racial life, so I don't think I've done any of my class lives on it. So I'm gonna be hitting up a couple of those at some point. Be a Reaper on a ledge. Classic problem. Granted, we have the classic solution, which is just be ranged, but still. Fear Reaper on a ledge is only really a problem if it's, well, your melee, or it's on a ledge that you can't get to. Because there are some places, I'm thinking oh, what is that? Like level 4 quest in House P. But there's at least one in there that has a place where there's a bunch of archers that are just on ledges around a room, and there are no ramps to get up there. It's just, they're going to be there shooting at you just because they are. Carnage Reaper is dead. They're dead. So yeah, I've heard that dual-wielding scimitars as a Tempest works. As for, let's see, who else would want to use a scimitar? I mean, if you want to be something like Eldritch Knight, your weapon type I don't think matters that much, so sure, use scimitars, why not? The AoE stun is great. You've got built-in imbue, and fighters get a self-heal burst now. Yeah, having Second Wind is huge. I remember doing a fighter life before they got it, and it was just brutal. Like, you've got no sustain. You don't have, like, temp health like Barbarian does. You don't have lay on hands like Paladin does. You don't have use magic device like Rogue does. It was just like, you're just screwed on any of your self-sustain. It's just like, well, self-sustain? Better bring a hireling. And then they added Second Wind, and it's way better. Right. It's way, way better since I've played since then. Alright. Off we go. We're waiting a little bit for our party member who joined to zone in. There we go. Now, he should be with us in momentarily. There we go. Famine Reaper. Chef. Crack this up. All the extra damage on Sunder and Trip. Right, I forgot about that. I forget exactly how that works. Like, does it apply a weakness, or do Sunder and Trip themselves do the damage? Like, I forgot the mechanism behind it. But, yeah, it's nice that it gives them more options for active attacks at low level by reusing the attacks that they should already have. Right, prisoner, I forgot to check in here to see if he's here. No, he's not. Okay, Thrower, Harpron, Flameborn, everything just dies. Oh, not Caster Bard. It looks like we got a Swashbuckler with us. Neat. I would say those are more rare, but I think that's just selection bias on my part, because I prefer Caster Bards, not Swashbucklers. Is he going to follow us correctly? Right, he is. Excellent. you never know with these escort NPCs. Like, sometimes they're just gonna do their own thing, and it's gonna end badly for them. And for you, as you fail the quest, because they died, because they decided to just go off into the wilderness somewhere. There he is. Here, Reaper. Bad thing to spawn when we're escorting someone, but fortunately, we've got the damage to burst it down. Alright. He's on his way. Boom. Easy 9k. 2.5 minutes. Which is why we probably could have skipped the level 2s. Alright. You know, at some point I need to actually measure this. Because I don't know if it's faster to recall and zone back in, or to run back. Because even if you recall and come back, it's not like you're right there, because the junction point is... it's much closer to the entrance than it is to the first set of quests. But then you gotta deal with, like, load times, maybe. So... depends on your load times, yeah. And your run speed, of course. The faster your run speed, the more advantageous staying in is. And the slower your run times, or the slower your load times, rather, not run times, the better it is as well. That said, I usually have pretty good load times, unless the servers are exploding, in which case no one has good load times and everyone's stuck. Off we go. Now, Warlock does have access to some better run speed, but it's just not worth me putting points into at this point, because it's 1% per Warlock level, and we're only level 5, so no one cares. It's like, ooh, I can use these abilities to give myself 5% run speed. Like, oh, yay. I'd much rather have something more useful. Right, so off we go. Okay, oozes, go away. Because we actually deal damage to you, because we're not fire this time.
In the center of the room, a grate covers a shaft that disappears into the depths of the
Kill
sewers.
some of them. Pull a lever.
Dropping straight down this shaft would be deadly.
Kill some more.
Intersecting it.
Luck out on getting the lever pulled again. Very nice. There we go. Excellent. Glad they added the ability to self-heal normally out of combat and Reaper. Let's use potions again. Yeah, it's still at a penalty, but it's such a small penalty that it doesn't really mean anything until you get to higher Reapers. It's like, oh, what is it? So what they did is, out of combat, you get the healing others healing penalty. And in combat, you get the old self-healing penalty. And this isn't something that everyone knew about, because not everyone ever ran high Reapers, and even if you did, you didn't necessarily have a healer for it. But there is a penalty to healing other people in Reaper as well. It's just a much smaller penalty. So you don't usually run into it quite so much. But that penalty is the one that's applied out of combat to self-healing now. Alright, these guys I remember being able to actually hurt with the Frost Ray and the Lightning Bolts. But as long as you're moving perpendicular to them, they're not going to hit you. Down we go. I was hoping that we could like split and I go one way and they go another way. But I think they're a little bit, we'll say, underpowered compared to me. So we split and then I quickly caught up with them. It's like, I'll handle this side and you handle that side. And my side was 100% done and theirs was like 30% done. Just like, well, this is what happens when you're just running open parties. Sometimes you'll be joined by people who are much weaker than you at that point in the game. Sometimes you'll be joined by people much stronger than you at that part of the game. Irestone can be tough if a caster hits you with Ray of Enfeeblement. It certainly can. You can't dodge it if they start casting on you. Even if you're behind them, you're going to get hit. I don't know if that part's true, but they are one of the reasons why I always put a few points into strength. Because they're not the only ones that do it, but they are the ones that I remember doing it the most. Because I think like Reapers can cast it on you too.
Notice recognizable letters among the scratches on the wall. They read, Chief Jittick's room. You hear loud footsteps on the other side of the door.
Alright. Got everything. I think this is the wrong chest. Nope, that's the right one. And we're off. Now, here is a quest that can go either very well or very poorly, depending on some RNG. We're going to spam targeting a bunch, because we're looking for an interactable corpse. You know, spoilers, the guy we're trying to save is already dead. Thus, why we are looking for a corpse.
Cruel implements of torture are scattered around this room.
And there we go. And you get into this room and you get a quest objective that says, Avenge Ven by killing the tunnel worm interrogator. Like, aha. Is he already dead or does he die when you find him? Oh, he is long since dead. Like, he is starting to rot.
A shamanic-looking kobold.
Oh, nice. Our other party member found him.
Altar to his hateful gods.
So, the whole splitting thing works. Quest complete in under a minute. For like 6,000 XP. Well, how much? Yeah, just under 6,000. So, very convenient. Alright, we double recall. Now, if you're looking for special crafting blanks, like, say, things made of mithril, that aren't on the normal drop tables, one of the few places left in the game that you can get them is the final reward turn-in for Catacomb. Or, not Catacombs. Catacombs is a different thing entirely. Waterworks. So, if you're looking for one of those, that is a place that you can try to get it. Now, let's look at where we want to go next. So, as far as level 3 quests are concerned, there's a variety of places we could go, but I don't really care too much about most of these. Like, we could head to Saltmarsh. I don't care that much. We're ahead of schedule now, so we're not going to be able to do all of Saltmarsh anyway. So we can just skip it. We can skip Catacombs as well, even though we are well suited to clearing Catacombs, because Catacombs has things that are deconstructed, doesn't lose the mithril effect. Nope. Mithril is a material type. So like if we look at our materials, like if we mouse over something, the that blue bar on the bottom that says like durability and then leather, leather is where mithril would be, and it stays. So yes, we could move on to level 4s, which I think we will. And I think that means we're going to take level, and we're going to head to do some rats quests. in Wayloon. So, Warlock Trainer. We want UMD, Spellcraft, Concentration, and more UMD. Yes. Yes. And we will pick up Quicken. Quicken Spell, and then class feat should be all the way at the bottom. Entropic Ward, Magic Resist, and Fortification. You did those for the first time, they give so much XP. Yes, but they are significantly more difficult than a lot of other quests. So, that is a downside. But, if your build is strong enough to clear them, then yes, do them. They are quite good. Another one that we could go for is we could go for the Depths Chain. The Depths Chain is a nice quick speed run. And let's see. How long do I have before... You know what? I think we're going to head to Depths first. Also, this is Irestone level. It is... It's a little annoying, though, because I don't have that strong an AoE, because we're capped at 3 targets with Chain Shape. So, the trick about being capped at 3 targets with Chain Shape means that places like Irestone, where the groups are... how big are the groups of enemies in Irestone? 8 to 10, I want to say, in each camp? So, it's a little bit trickier than something like Depths, where... stuff is at a much smaller set. Like, I'm much better at killing a smaller number of larger guys than a large number of small guys. That said, Irestone is pretty good XP, so, you know. There's that. Also, if you're not familiar with the hotkeys for this, it's because the default is very odd. So, if you're trying to go through these dialogues, the default keybind to activate a dialogue option is Control and then an F key. So if you're just trying to do what I just did, where you're going through the first response, it's Control F1. And that's what it does. Sometimes the game doesn't fully register that you're, like, have your focus on the window. So you have to, like, then move the mouse over it and then hit Control F1. But normally it's just spam Control F1 to get through things. Some quests will throw you for a loop and they'll have the correct, or at least the one that you want to hit won't be on F1, it'll be somewhere else. But those are less common. Like, the one that comes to mind is Red Rain in Sharn. Has a couple places where it's like, nope, you, that's the wrong one.
Only one room left to explore.
You need to actually activate, like, the second dialogue option on this one, and then the third dialogue option on a different one. Just spam enter with the mouse over it. That works too. There we go. This is the good thing about the Depths Chain. It's like, individually, they're not amazing. Like, they're okay XP per minute. But the fact that you can go into them with 0 downtime between quests lets them punch above their weight a little bit as far as the leveling path goes. This is a tricky quest because this is one of the first places that you'll run into a guy, this guy, the Necromancer, who can cast Sleet Storm. And chances are, you don't have freedom of movement at this level. Like, most builds will not. If you have a Spellsinger Bard, they will have freedom of movement for you, but otherwise, not so much. They're okay-ish XP, but no Saga? Yeah, but there aren't a lot of level 4 Sagas anyway. Like, what are you gonna get? If you go up to level 5, you've got Sagas. If you go down to level 3, you've got Sagas. But besides that, also welcome in Sarian. Now I do it out of spite every time because there's no threat these days. Oh, for breaking the explosive barrels to prop the fire elemental. It's just like, I used to be scared of you. I'm not scared anymore. I don't think that's this one. I think that's the last one in the chain. But yeah, unfortunately, we are running... I say unfortunately. We are running a 30% XP pot. So we ended up just skipping what would be our first saga, which is Saltmarsh. Just because there's no reason for us to head to Saltmarsh. More so that running the harbor into Fey route is like auto level 8 basically. Oh yeah, there is that. I didn't want to go in too early, but that's pretty much... Let's see, where was I heading before this? Oh, that's right, I was going to go to Wayloon. But yeah, we could go to Wayloon level 4s. Now, one reason why I kind of want to go there is I don't have that many of the augments. So it kind of serves a dual purpose of maybe I'll get some Sun and Moon augments out of them. But especially with running a pot, for just XP gain, I should be going Three Barrel Cove and Feywild. Like, I shouldn't be bothering with this. I shouldn't be bothering with the Wayloon Rats quests. Suppose you run Harbor into Three Barrel Cove into Fey and only end up level 9. If you're running a pot, maybe bonus beacon. Yeah, it's like, I don't think that's going to get you there unless you're like First Life or you're running a pot. Like, I know it'll take me from level 5 to level 8. Or possibly 9. But if you just go Harbor and you start at level 4, I don't know if it's going to get you all the way there without a pot at least. If you're running pots, then, you know, pots or like buddy bonus weekend and you get a full party going, like, then you're cooking. You use 30%? Yeah. We are currently running a 30%. Which is why I shouldn't be here. But I'm so not used to running pots that I'm just not used to the potion-based leveling paths. Except I was just like, wait a second. I'm getting close to completionist levels on my lives here. I should probably use some of these potions. Oh, now you have damage over time on me, and now it's gonna tick while I try to open this door. Fire Elemental's on the splash screen of this quest? Yeah, because he can be right here. Or is it this one? There he is. And he's dead. There we go. I spike killed him for you. Also, that quest is super scary on first lives in hardcore. Like, did I say that quest? That trap. That trap right there. Because if you get just a little bit of lag or something, you can get like double hit for it. And it's a bad time. That said, not too concerned. Thought there was supposed to be a fire trap there. Maybe it's only there sometimes. That's a lovely trick they pull sometimes. So it's just like, hey, here's a quest that sometimes has a trap here, sometimes doesn't. Just to make you paranoid. Alright, off we go. And we're done. Depth chain. Very straightforward. How many points do we have? One more? Staunch. Incredibly effective. Trying to make me not die. So, we have reached the end of another hour. And as we have reached the end of another hour, it is time once again for our health and wellness break. During our health and wellness break, this is when we pause the game and take a couple minutes so that we can all take a little bit better care of ourselves. Grab a drink, grab a snack, stretch your legs, don't get blood clots in your legs, all that good stuff. And then we'll be back and we will head into the Wayloon quests and see if we can't get ourselves some lovely sun and moon augments. So we're just going to take here, we're going to go to Gatekeeper's Grove, and we will take our 3-minute break. I hope you will join me in taking care of yourselves in this 3-minute break, and I'll see you when we get back. All right, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. We are ready to proceed. So, now that we have all of these lovely portals available to us, we can head to Wayloon directly. So, there are 4 quests over here. I forget exactly what the name of this pack is. I can just refer to it as like the Wayloon Rats chain. Fall of the Night Brigade, Rats in a Cage, right. Fall of the Night Brigade, indeed. And let's see if we can't get ourselves some nice, good augments.
Your were-rat ally has found a way into the underground arenas run by the Night Brigade.
Alright.
You've been given a special talisman that allows you to transform into a rat when needed. Sneak inside and defeat the Night Brigade's battle master. The talisman shines brilliantly for a moment.
Okay, so the first time I went through this quest, I did it the way that it kind of said you should, which is to be stealthy. But instead, what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna go this way,
makes an ideal hiding spot for a small creature. Being
which
a
I
rat
think
has
is the
its
right route.
advantages.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, it got me, just barely. Oh, I thought it was like gonna reset me. It just knocks me down a little bit.
Shines once more, and you revert back to your normal form.
Alright, we just opened this, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh, right, sorry. Oh, and of course the Soul of Cruelty is the one who makes the saves. Oh well, at least we have crowd control now.
A magical voice booms from all around.
The challengers for our first bout have entered the arena.
Yes, yes.
Survive against the
Go ahead.
Night Brigade's hand-raised reptilian terrors.
Hand-raised reptilian terrors. Perish the thought.
The magical voice calls out once more.
The challengers win, earning them the chance to move
Alright,
on
well,
to the
we got
second
lots of
arena.
remnants, which is nice.
Was this victory
Although, I think I missed one of the turn-in availability
time will tell.
blocks for turning them in for all the really good stuff in the anniversary event.
So welcome the newcomers
So,
to the
that's
second
unfortunate,
arena.
but, you know, what are you gonna do?
This time are straight from
It
the
happens.
snowy peaks of the Stormhorns. A band of fierce and deadly orcs.
Yes,
May
yes.
The most brutal fighters win. Unbelievable! The warband has been defeated.
Unbelievable!
Pause to give the newcomers
So
a chance to rest and
unbelievable!
wash the blood off their blades.
I cannot believe that they have been
Question
defeated.
remains, do they have what it takes to make it all the way?
Night Brigade lackeys guard the door leading further into the cave system. So far, you've played their game. Now, it's time for them to play yours.
Wait, where did my webs go? Why is it not, slightly around a corner, understood. I always forget, like, archers have, like, guaranteed to hit. I wonder if that's a balance thing that they did, because, like, you can dodge sideways to avoid the projectiles, so to compensate, they're just like, yeah, but...
Final arena, a massive cloud giant has just defeated
Where's
a
the
displacer
lever?
beast.
Didn't I already pull it?
A trapdoor opens,
There it is.
swallowing the corpse of the defeated. The cloud giant then turns to attack, resigned.
Oh, wrong button. It's fine, though.
In the arena, there can
I got too
only
used to
be
last life,
victory
where it's just
or
like,
death,
where I had Stricken and Consume.
nothing else.
Just like, well, I should use Stricken and Consume against him, right?
Falters. The Night Brigade's battlemaster rushes into the arena to continue the fight.
Uh-huh.
Agartha the Breaker enters
Goodbye.
the fray with a joyous battle cry.
Joyous battle cry indeed. And you're dead.
You've defeated the battlemaster and
There we go,
destroyed
13k
her
in, what, 5 minutes or so?
Now that you've
4
deprived
minutes.
the Night Brigade of their best
Lunar
trained
Gem of
fighters,
Intelligence.
it would be easier
So,
to bring the game
2 to
their
Profane
knees.
Int. The Profane stats are not super inspiring to me, because it's fairly easy with Feywild gear to get 1 Profane to all, so a 2 Profane gem is really just +1. That said, I mean, if you have a slot for it, free +1, why not?
Like many wizards, the Grand Arcanist has built his lair high atop a tower. You ready yourself for the inevitable.
I don't know these quests well enough to be able to like just blitz through and ignore everything. Also, I keep getting distracted by the remnants, but that's another question entirely. Alright, so we're just going around in circles.
Continue to spiral upward. You steel yourself and your leg muscles for more climbing.
Okay. Now, the thing is, we have 2 more levels until our super OP Orb of Doom.
You try the door at the top of the stairs, only to discover that it's barred shut on the other side.
Which is, of course, a dolorous acid.
Notice a gap at the bottom of the door.
Sort of orb out of Lemordia. And as I was saying earlier, we do have a downside to it, which is last life, when we were Acolyte of the Skin and therefore fire-based, we had our main blast damage, we had our pack damage, and we had acid. Which meant if something was immune to one of them, we were fine. We still had 2 elements left over.
The open room suddenly melts away, and you find yourself
but now we don't have that.
The Grand Arcanist has made
now
you a test subject
we only
in
have
his
1
labyrinth. Now
for backup.
Make your way out.
If they're resistant or healed by acid, we're kind of screwed. Well, okay, not totally screwed. Like, we've got the force damage, and then we will turn into evil damage later. But still.
You hear a small voice in the corner, beckoning you over.
Nothic. Goes away.
The pitiful creature tells you that it was imprisoned inside this labyrinth as one
So
of
we
the
had someone
Grand
join us, which is
Arcanist's
nice.
Test subjects.
Always nice to have
Just as you
friends.
were. It
And
a
of
few
course,
of
in
its
this case,
friends
extra
have
XP
managed
as
to make
well.
it into the walls, but it has been unable to escape past the guards until you came along. It asks you to help its friends as well.
Nothics. Another Nothic. You're gonna hit me with that bunch of that force damage? No. Alright. We fall through the floor. We run further. And more rat time. This way. Touch the thing. There is a thing over here. Let's do that first. Boop. And through the maze we run. Because we're rats. We're rats. We run through mazes. It's what we do. As we angle our camera down as much as possible so we can kind of see our way. And back up we go. Let's see, is our party member with us? They are zoned in. Excellent. So we don't need to, like, wait and not take the last fight. We can just kind of go. Which is nice. And let's see. So I think this one ends with us all the way at the top of the tower. And then we have to fight the guy, and he hides, and we kill Mephits. And it's a whole thing. It's a whole process. If you were online, you'd probably join me. That's nice. The party is open. But do not feel compelled to. If you want to, feel free. If not, that is fine too. And we're just gonna keep on keeping on. Okay, maze number 3. Go to the button first. Alright.
You found your way through the twists and turns of the Grand Arcanist's
Use
maze
teleportation
at long
circle.
last. When you finally reach him, you'll be sure to let him know exactly what you thought of it.
What's this? How did you get in here? You ruined my experiment! How?
Wait, did we get him?
Curious?
We did. We burst him down before he could teleport away. Which means I didn't tell our party member to get their voice on because I didn't expect it to go that fast. It's only polite to warn someone if you're going to finish that fast, but it caught me by surprise.
One step closer to getting revenge for the were-rats.
Oop. Down we go. And off we go. So let's see. That one took 5 minutes. Yeah, as far as XP goes, this one is not the best. But it's still good. Still good. And as I said, I know that we are not playing optimally for experience. We should be in Feywild if we're doing that. But we want more gear. We are also farming while we get our XP.
You notice a gap in the fence. A rat could slip through. You barely catch the sound of a muffled conversation.
Alright, this is just a shrine room to unlock, right? Yeah. And off we go. This is one I should know the most. Because this is the one I tried to farm a bunch for my assassination dagger.
This area matches the description the were-rats gave you.
I think it is.
You're on the right track.
Maybe not. Maybe it is. I don't know. They all blend together. Yep, this is definitely the one.
You hear the telltale click of a trap just before the floor.
Yes, that's right. You can bypass that. I wasn't sure if you could or not. I was like, I need to time this leap just right. Because there are other ways to handle that. One of them is to actually take the fall down below and solve the puzzle. One of them is to disarm the trap to begin with, so you don't end up falling at all. And another one is, nope, just use the leap. Just run over the gap. Alright, and now we head back through here, all the way around. I don't know if our alchemist friend can make that jump though, so I might have stuck them with puzzle duty. Which is fine. Whichever party member can go fastest can just go fastest, unless, of course, the group is tagged specifically as like a flower sniffing run, in which case, you know, don't do that. Join a different run if you want to run fast. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna pull this lever here in a second. I think it just opens up a shrine room. It does. But I think we need to go this way instead of that way. There we go. And down we go. Master Thief's hideout is being breached.
This
we get the
opulent
pretty
manor
room.
seems quite out of place after all of the damp sewers and dusty tunnels you had to traverse to reach.
Now, do we need to land the crowd control? Probably not. We're probably fine without it. But maybe we wanted the crowd control just because.
In distaste as you enter.
Oh, came through the sewers, did you? I hope you enjoyed all the little traps I laid.
I built all that to separate out the chaff, so only talented rogues make it through.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a talented rogue. I brute forced all of it.
Looking for a place in my guild, or even to steal my treasure. No, you got hero writ all over you.
You're here for something more
Alright, we can crowd control all y'all.
confrontational, let's say.
Well, far be it from me to keep you waiting.
Kill him.
They didn't last long. Guess this is one of those jobs I have to do
Alright.
myself.
Oh, is that a Reaper spawning on me? It is a Carnage Reaper. Okay.
The Master Thief falls to the ground, gasping.
How?
Okay, so I forgot that the quest ends when you grab the treasure. Or rather, when you enter the treasure room.
Defeated, the Night Brigade stands on the brink of defeat.
There we go.
The were-rats will be pleased to hear how their plan is going.
Not bad. Another 5-minute quest. You know, 15k-ish. Pretty solid. Unfortunately, no more augments, but they can't all be winners. We got one augment so far, and I don't know what exactly the drop rates are, so I don't know if that's good or bad necessarily. Here's one I really don't know.
This is the entrance to a temple of Shah, where the Night Brigade's leader is said to live. Now to find a way inside. If you want to get inside the Shah temple, it won't be through the front door. It's sealed up tight and guarded. The stranger asks you to do what you can to bring Seluna's light to Shah's temple. You spot a small hole up in the wall ahead, leading into the Shah temple. You shift into rat form so that you can make your way
Going
inside.
into rat form?
Now
Rats.
that you've
Rats.
reached the temple's
We are the
entrance
rats.
hall, you resume your normal form.
And in we go.
Peering past the gloom into the center of this vast chamber, you see an altar devoted to Shah, the goddess of night, shadow.
Okay.
Once you understand what
Char is, not exactly the
to remain
friendliest of deities.
held in her dark embrace.
But then again,
Shah's
she doesn't
altar
bill
is
herself as
protected by
friendly.
shadows, her fierce and faithful allies.
Oh, hello. I'm just gonna blast y'all down, because I definitely don't know my way through this one.
A group of Shah worshippers stand before
Arcane
a
lore
vast
feat,
black pit.
balance check.
You can barely make out a rope spanning the gap. To your astonishment, one of the worshippers steps over the edge and drops down into the darkness. Light floods the pit, revealing huge piles of garbage. Your stomach sinks when you spot the corpses of
Wait,
many
can I
Shah
walk across
followers
that or
among
not?
the refuse. Shah's darkness concealed a harsh reality, not sweet oblivion.
Okay, I didn't know. I wanted to test it. Like, maybe there was a secret passage on the other side or something. I don't know. I haven't done this quest that many times. This is just a shrine room. Shrine room, understood. And up we go. Statue. Lever? I don't know what that did. Probably dropped like a lever. Ah, no, it activated this. Excellent. So we move across. We'll see what we can do to bring Seluna's light to everything. We didn't do the balance check earlier because our balance check is gonna be awful. This way. So that is probably the way forward. So we're gonna go this way to try to get more points.
The balcony here looks out into the deep night.
Listen check.
An oppressive silence hangs
3 stacks of religious
with not
lore.
even
I
the
don't have
sound of a
religious lore, I
barking
don't think.
dog to break it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have it as a warlock. A listen check. 17. Failed. 2 have been deducted. It said risk 1. Okay, fine. Don't try a listen check if you don't have listen. Understood. Well, so much for getting Salune points.
Steps lead down into a dark
Wilderness lore or
At
spot
first
check.
glance, there's nothing here but heaps of dirt and rubble.
Alright. Well. Actually, what we should have done is I should have swapped here to at least put my skill mastery past life on. So that I could be like, yeah. Wait. No. We want to go this way. On the other side. Oh, that's not what we wanted. We want that. Featherfall. The camera will behave. There we go. Now we have 0 Salune points, which means we can't risk anything. Which means, of course, that the next thing we run into is going to be risk 1 point to use your spellcraft skill. It's like, one that I could finally use, but I gambled on rolling really high with skills that I had not leveled. Oh, hello everyone. Right, which way is forward? Apparently not that way. Alright. We do, unfortunately, well, fortunately I should say, we have a ton of extra temporary health, or we did, because we hit the wrong button and used it. So, this is fine. Alright, so this brings us back across the other side, which is good. I think when we killed that guy, this opens up. It does, okay. Ooh. Oh, now we can make a spot check.
A large shuttered window looks down into this chamber. There's a lever
Repair or
that looks
disable
like it's
device.
meant to open the window, yet the lever seems to be jammed.
Attempt to repair. Reward 1. Okay, so the tooltips are lying then. It's not what they say it is. Because they say it's like, you don't need any points. Like, you don't lose any if you fail. And then it's just like, oopsie. We were lying. You can't do it without points. Like, okay. And like the one earlier, that's just like, risk 1 point to gain 2. It's like, alright, you failed. You lost 2. It's like, that's not what you said the deal was. But I suppose we are dealing with Shar, and Shar isn't known for being very, let's say, helpful and honest. So we're going to assume that Shar is simply writing the tooltips here, and that's why they're misleading.
There's nothing this way but junk. Cast-offs from my years in the Night Brigade. I've given it to my pets for them to play with.
Strange.
This room is filled with gold, not junk. Stranger still, the gold is moving.
Alright, we have double reapers, which I probably should have crowd controlled, but you know. Never mind, make that triple Reaper. So many Reapers in here. That's right, there are a bunch of different waves in here. Off we go. Well, the shadows are immune, and only one guy failed saves, so not the most effective of crowd controls, but, you know, it was okay. Get up the cabinet.
Way down this hallway is blocked by a massive grate, with no visible way to open it. You'll have to find another way forward.
It's rat time.
Another rat hole, so you shift into rat form once again.
Around we go.
You resume your normal form as you enter the hallway.
Okay. This the boss room? It is the boss room.
At last, just in time for my last offering to Shar. Seluna's light strikes down some of the attacking shadows.
Alright. We are waiting for... Alright, I see dots on the map. Dot on the map, dot on the map. I need this to move, because the dot shows up on the map before people are loaded all the way in. So, if you complete WoW, it's like, but I saw the dot on the map. Like, they might not actually be in the quest yet. You need them to move to show that they are properly loaded in so that they will get credit. Oh, there we go. They're moving. Oh, that's right. She's immune until we kill all the stuff. Okay. Hi.
I spent my life spreading the goddess's darkness in this city, and I'll die doing the same. The Night Brigade has fallen. You've punished their crimes and avenged their
Got him. Well, what do we get? Burning Manacles, Combustion, Fire Lore, Evocation, Focus, Wizardry, and Mythic, and a Moon Slot.
Is to make a
pretty solid for a fire-based build. Alright, and we finish out. Hello, Lariolith. Lariothi? Laurel. Unless that's not an I, it's a second L, and it's Lolth, as in the spider goddess. It's hard to tell when there's a lot of capitals if there's one that just happens to not be a capital. But welcome in. We are done with level 4s, I think. There's no real reason to do any of it. Random bullshit you made up when you were young? Hey, I've still got usernames like that. The only reason I'm not using those usernames is shortly before COVID, I was like, you know what? I've got like different names, different places. I'm gonna unify them. And so I did. And that's why we are trying now. Across most platforms. Alright, so next we would be headed to Feywild, probably. Yeah, we'll hit Feywild. Taking 7 and Feywild. So we come here. What's the best way to Feywild? I think we just run across the harbor to it. So we'll grab level. We will swap out our trinket, because our trinket is useless to us at the moment. It is completely duplicated stats that we have on other items. And then we'll be good to go. Hello, Warlock Trainer. Advance to level 7, please. Concentration, which isn't that important anymore. Used to be more important. And we will get... we'll get D-Door. Now, granted, if you are on a lower life or simply more fragile character, displacement is the correct choice there. However, we have enough defenses from past lives and other stuff like that that it doesn't matter. We will take the convenience one and call it good. Now, where is my raptor feather? There it is. Blue raptor feather. Oh, that's right. I forgot I already swapped. So we did have our voice on. So we were getting good luck. We had gotten rid of our level 2 trinket at this point. But yes, our blue raptor feather has the default. It's got the healing amp, it's got sheltering, it's got resistance, and it also has good luck on it. So it's just a all-around very good defensive item, which is why that's what we're doing. Also, how many points do we have? We have 2 points to spend. Where do we want our points to go? We can start juicing up. We can try to juice up our blasts with a force crit chance. That is an option. Or we can start dropping over here into consume. So, I think we'll just grab crit for now. Because we can't get enough points in here. Like, just getting consume without other stuff isn't that useful. So, but crit chance, always useful. Well, as long as you're using it, I suppose. Pull this up real quick. There we go. And we're off. Quick, easy XP. So we are where? We are here. We are doing things. But we are doing things quite well, in fact. So off we go. And we can go through all of Feywild. And it's going to get us enough to be able to take 8. But I don't think it's going to overcap us. Like, we just barely hit level 7. So we should be able to hit all of Feywild and still have enough wiggle room to hit 3 Barrel Cove. But hitting both of them, or at least even if we skip the higher level 3 Barrel Cove stuff and just do the level 5s, that should get us enough to take level 9, which puts us in prime position to hit Isle of Dread. Which will of course not be tonight. I think we're just going to do Feywild tonight. Off we go. Grab all of the quests. Where are you? There we go. There we go. Wake me up. Off we go.
You awake from your unexpected slumber. At first, things seem as before. You're still at Winwood Hall, and Melody is still standing.
Now, one difference is this time I think we didn't pick up resist energy, which does make us a little bit more vulnerable to things like that multi-hit fire spell. But hey, we're still fine. Now, we just fight all these guys, we back straight into the next group. And we get Monster Manual XP for killing these bears. Because they are special bears, they all have special unique names, and therefore, we get extra XP for them. You might think, why? Because they're special? It's like, because there are 2 different things that you can do with your Monster Manual. One of them is the number that you have killed. The other is the number of different kinds you have killed, like unique different types. So getting 3 different bear types all at once is very nice.
You need for the ritual. 3 bears rest outside. Magical talking bears, no doubt. This is the Feywild, after all. You've recovered the frosted cerise for the ritual.
Alright, I believe, yes. He is getting the loot. Are we gonna trust him to finish getting the loot? He is low on health. Alright, he's healing, so that's good for him. We're healing way more than I thought we would. And he's back to full, but he has not grabbed the loot yet.
You spot movement underneath the bridge. Moving closer, you see a nasty-looking troll guarding the missing loot. The grove surrounding a stone ring.
Okay, we'll kill one more pack while we wait for him to finish that. I guess I should have moved over to help him. This is something that you need to figure out when you're doing random parties, is after a run or two, you get a good handle on everyone's relative strength. So you need to, so you can then figure out, it's like, alright, do we need to group up? Can we split? Like all that stuff. In this case, I've determined that we should probably not trust him fully to split. Unless, like, I take a long route and he takes a short route. Just because there appears to be some power disparity there, because, well, we've got a lot of past lives and stuff, so it's kind of expected that we're going to be stronger than most people. Especially on this build, as far as power spikes go, Warlock is very, very solid at these levels. Like, it doesn't take much to get online. So now that we have all of our baseline stuff, like we got our 3 dice, like that's a huge starting point.
In his last moments, he says,
"You haven't won yet."
Like, once we got our 3 here,
you exit the portal and find yourself in a
that's our
strange,
big power
empty
spike.
Yet that
But
appears to be Lord Arden's resting place ahead.
But yeah,
Between you and Lord
we are
Arden
much stronger than most other
begins
classes
the
at this
hag.
level.
She must have been disguised as Melody the Apothecary the entire time.
Right, so that was because he split. Even if he was slower than I would have been, he's still faster than I would have been alone. So 3.5 minutes, and it was
Cadence
how much XP?
Slimes
17k,
emanating a frigid mist suddenly appeared
which
nearby.
is a lot.
Sister, so I'll have to make do with these vile cauldron leftovers. I wouldn't go anywhere near them.
All right, off we go.
personally now. Be a dear and die for good this time.
What are we even putting points in next? Like, we can grab random charisma off of places. We can grab Underdark Blast. We can start going up Soul Eater. Starting up Soul Eater is probably the correct decision, because we can start getting the cores, we can get the extra fortification on it. Because we're only at 40% fortification right now. Oh, right. We should fix that. 70% fortification, or it should be.
And repeat the steps to reverse the curse. First, play the lute. Then, grind up the flower's roots. Last, burn the roots along with Lord Arden's true name. You play a brief melody on Hearsom's lute. You mash the flower's roots into a pulp with little effort. You set a small blaze. Then drop the crushed roots and Lord Arden's true name into it, completing the ritual. As the smoke rises, Lord Arden's
I'm more PRR than you, and same class at 26?
springs out of the bed.
What, 84?
Lord
Oh, okay. Are you wearing robes or something?
him from this curse.
Part of the benefit is that
To speak with
at
him
this
back
low
at
level,
Winwood Hall in the waking world.
I've got a lot of stuff with Mythic on it.
A motley group of redcaps guards the gate.
So that is part of it.
Strange that a noble of the Summer Court would retain those violent, unpredictable creatures as servants. A curious tree stands here by itself.
So there is that. But another one is, of course, I've got all of my epic past lives, so you get PRR from the Divine Ones as well.
A lone
Mythic is
tower
pure
looms
yeah,
ahead.
on
Lord
armor.
Xavier
Let's see if we have
will
one.
likely be found inside. A gnome
Is this
cowers at the
mythic?
back of this
Yeah, mythic
smithy,
4. Plus 4
surrounded
mythic
by
bonus to the
menacing
target's
red
physical and
cats.
magical resistance
Your
rating.
instincts tell you he won't have long to live unless you intervene.
It depends on the slot though. Like, rings will give you
This
offensive
storehouse is
stats, for
occupied
example.
by a very energetic chest. It gapes at you with a
word
big,
I know.
toothy grin and
Letters
speaks.
it contains.
Approach, friends! I am Riddlelock! Come! Let
Yeah.
us talk!
So if we look at our inventory and we look at, do I have mythic on a ring or something here? Oh no, necklace is also physical and magic resist rating. But yeah. So we have that. We also have past life stuff. We have just like, we've got a pretty decent gear set. Let's see, 84, let's see. We have 1, or is it 1.5 times our base attack bonus from wearing light armor instead of robes. And when we look at this, yeah, 3 PRR per stack of this past life feat. So that's what? 3 times 3 times 3? That's like 30-ish.
The tower is sealed.
Hmm? Oh, he got the apple, but he never turned it into the person. Okay.
The tower is sealed.
What can I do for you, Outlander? Lady White Lily has requested that you find her a snack. A frivolous
There we go.
request, it seems. Yet,
See?
in the
I
Feywild,
was like, well, he grabbed the apple, so I thought he would turn the apple in, but I guess he doesn't know the dialogue options to do it. But yes, most of that PRR is from Epic Past Lives of the Divine Tree. And then we've got decent gear and a bunch of other stuff.
as you reach for the door, a swirling torrent of snowflakes envelops you. Yet you
Up
aren't
we go.
harmed. You don't even feel cold. A peculiar dog guards this door. all by
Now,
itself.
chances of us actually succeeding on this diplomacy check are slim to none. We didn't put ranks in it. We just, yeah. Diplomacy. Failure.
You are faced with an unavoidable
Yeah.
battle with the Eladrin.
It's really rough.
Chosen to stay your blows.
But yeah, we have a variety from Mythic. We've got,
Even at the risk of
yeah,
your own.
yeah. It's a bunch. It's mostly the past lives, which is one reason that epic past lives are considered so strong for heroic leveling, because there's that, and then there's like I have 74 armor class. 74 armor class at these levels is a ridiculous amount of armor class, and that's mostly from the martial past lives. So it's just incredibly strong at low levels, and it lets you do things with your build, like just build very greedy. Just like, yeah, my past lives will carry my defenses, so I can put all of my normal spec endpoints into offense, which then lets you go faster. It lets you go faster two ways. One, it lets you spec into offense, so you do more damage. And two, it lets you play more aggressively. Like, not as much right now because I have chain shape, not cone shape, but it lets you do things when you have big cleaves like, well, my past lives give me enough defenses that I can gather up 2 or 3 groups and then AoE them all down together. So, that's how getting defensive stats can actually make you go much, much faster. It's just like, but it doesn't let you do more damage. It's like, not directly, no, but it lets you change your playstyle in order to do more damage. So, that's something that we will be doing more after we get a little bit higher and move some points around and get cone shape, because chain shape, which is what we're using, the blast bounces, it hits 2 other targets. Very convenient, it can hit things around corners, it can hit stuff that's pretty spread out. It's much better than your single target one for general questing. But then there's cone shape that has unlimited targets. Let's see. Which one is not flashing green? That one's flashing green, so it's a fake. Okay.
The hag dies, screeching to the last. After a moment,
all right.
the Viscount
Grab
rises
this.
to his feet and blurts.
15k, 6 minutes, not the fastest, because we had a little bit of confusion with turning in the thing, the apple. But it's fine. Also, we are out of inventory space, so we're going to have to drop some stuff. Which is fine. We should have a lot of random stuff to drop, like scrolls that we'll never use, or ranged ammo, stuff like that. Yeah, +2 arrows, +1 arrows, bolts, darts. You found out you can discern which one is real when they spawn. You don't know if it's common knowledge. I know that when they flash green, it means it's a fake one. I don't actually know the trick for figuring it out on spawn, though. So if you care to share, that I would be interested in learning. This is the fun thing about the game, or one of the fun things about the game, is that there is so many different mechanics to be learned that even though I know a lot about the game, there's always more things to learn.
A satyr calls to you as you enter the courtyard.
Hello there. Welcome to our revels. There's food in the kitchen and drink. Well,
The real one actually doesn't flash with a spark on spawn.
make yourself at home.
Don't know how to describe it other than that way. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're going to let them grab the thing. And we're going to clear ahead. Okay, so it's a difference in the spawning animation, it sounds like.
This room is the conservatory.
Which is cool. Oh, look, a key. That's convenient. It was in the first place we looked. That's less convenient. That's a Carnage Reaper.
This large key is labeled Spring House. It seems someone
Okay,
was
so
trying to hide it.
with the Spring House key, we don't need to go around to the right at all. We can just head straight to the library.
You drop a few of the magic seeds on the ground. Huge weeds burst from the earth.
Okay. But no, thank you for sharing that. That's really good to know.
It's surprising
Alright,
to find a
sort them in
large,
alphabetical
well-stocked
order.
library in a house given over to an endless party. It's even more surprising
Grab
to find
the sign.
a Sphinx sitting in the middle of it.
The funny thing is, like, you get these little bits of XP for the quote-unquote optionals that you're doing, but I don't think most of these are actually optional.
Forming a large pool. This must be the cascading spring the house is named after. This large barrel is marked flash green powder in large letters. In even larger letters below are the words "Keep away from open
Alright.
flame."
Loophole found.
Weeds spring up the instant you cast the magic seeds on
Alright,
the
so he
ground.
has started the final
Twisting
fight.
brambles suck up every drop
We
of
will
water
see if he
nearby,
dies to it.
leaving cascading springs dry
See if
as
we
a
can't
bone.
toss a heal on him.
The careless
There you go.
satyr swings
Have a
his
heal.
torch too close to the powder keg, which explodes in a shower of sparks. The partygoers turn to gawk at the spectacle. It's a simple task to remove
Blade
the
of Summer
sign.
Solstice.
The satyrs are still distracted by the recent fireworks.
Finish out.
You deftly replace the cottage sign with the sign from the library. Seething with anger, the master of the revels reluctantly agrees to leave.
Wait, did I not get my gem bags? Or did my gem bags fill up because I haven't been to town to sell in forever? Huh, okay.
Says we can't rip you to shreds on our way out.
The revels have finally ended.
Alright, +1
And
thieves
not
tools
in
can
the way
go
the satyrs
away.
expected.
How about scrolls? Featherfall scroll, we don't care about that. Or camouflage, or focus enchant, or scare. Alright. They all have the same animation, but the effects colors on spawn are slightly
you enter
different.
The grove the
I
villager
see.
told you about, and spot a small encampment in the distance.
Well met, travelers!
A hearty voice.
Now, the good
calls
news
your
about this
approach.
one is that the guys that you're trying to go for, the topiary lions with the gems in them, they're immune to a lot of forms of crowd control. One form of crowd control they are not immune to? Web. And we have web to hold them in place, which makes things very nice.
There it sits
menacingly.
The night whispers to you.
Talk to me about a plan.
To your surprise, spindly legs rise from the dirt, and the windmill
All right.
lurches forward.
Spawn on me,
Creatures
thank you.
spring up around you, rushing to defend the windmill. The strange gemstone seems to be protecting this creature from spells and weapons.
Hi, come over here.
The windmill seems undaunted by your weapons and spells.
Get webbed. There we go.
The gemstone cracks, and the windmill shudders.
Okay, so we need to find the other one. It should be over here. Where is the next gemstone one? It should be over here. Like, the first one spawns over there. The second one should spawn right here. Did we bug it somehow? Alright, we need to locate the other one with the crystal on it. Oh, there it is.
A creature sporting an unusual gemstone seems to be avoiding you.
There we go. Now, other things that work on it, like stuff like Hold Monster, of course, doesn't because it's the wrong type of thing. But being turned to Jade works on it. Trip works on it if you're a melee. So that's good to know. If you're not a spellcaster, you can also help. It's immune to stuns, but not trip. So you can trip it. Alright, where is... Oh, 3 spawns on this side? It's very unusual. Got him. A little bit slow, but not terrible.
Deeply, then falls still. The magic that brought it to life
Finishing
seems
out.
to have left it.
How are we on space?
I
3
wish
slots
you had
left.
trusted me.
Shocking Bolt goes away.
Ned says.
We keep the Raised Dead Scrolls.
Still, you came to my aid in the end.
We drop the spell components that we cannot use,
You've earned
and the
a
inscription
reward.
materials that we
She
also
continues.
cannot use.
Speak with me if you'd like to help a little further. Somehow, I fear the culprit is still nearby.
Alright, out we go. What else do we have that we should drop? Oh, probably random potions. Cure moderate.
Short steps.
Jumping.
Plummets.
Resist electricity. Cure light. Yeah, we don't need any of those.
Surely wasn't
We will bring this out onto bars, though. I have hiccups for some reason. It's fine. We will make do. How are we doing? Rank 34. We are on schedule. And off we go.
Ahead lies Bitterspine Palace, home
Palace.
to the Baron and Baroness Bitterspine, in one of the many holdings of the Prince of Frost.
See, this is where I wish I had resists. Because I could put up, like, resist frost against these things. It would make me more durable, but, you know,
You proceed with
it's not always an option.
whether you're expected by the Baroness or not. The Prince of Frost's cold reputation is known throughout the Feywild.
Okay, So off we
Prince
go.
of Frost stands before a throne overlooking the crowded ballroom, the Baroness beside him. However,
Off
the
we
third
go.
throne on the dais stands empty. The air chills.
We will
as the
try to
elf
hit this
fade
dude
points
up
a
with
finger
the
to
lie
you.
to him.
Why
Attempt
do you
skill check.
disturb
Lie.
me with your
Bluff
presence?
successful, even though we rolled a 1.
If I may, my prince, says the Baroness, a connection in the summer court sends word of the Outlander's arrival. I have granted them an audience with me. I assure you, they will not disturb the ball. You're told that Osha
through?
loathes extravagant
There's
parties
one.
such as this one. He's likely to be avoiding the
And
crowd
up we go.
somewhere.
So yeah,
Perhaps
the way
our
this quest
will
works
guide
is
you.
you have to go and find these 2 levers and pull them. Then you go talk to the dude. Then you have to go all the way over to talk to, well, the hag in disguise.
Waiter explains that Osha told him not to allow anyone
Then she says, well, grab the flower, and then bad things happen, and then you have to ungrab the flower. And yeah, it's a bit of a mess. There's a lot of running around.
You hear a bell chime in the ballroom as you pull this lever.
So we come here.
You notice a bizarre
Is there a way to get rid of spell failure as Warlock from armor? Which type of armor? So you should already not have spell failure from robes and light armor.
This door leads out to the window.
And if you want medium armor,
Dim gems on
there
either side.
you have 2 options. One is you slot like spell agility sapphires, and 2
The court advisor
is you
stares off
grab
into the
this node
distance. At the sound of
for
your
medium armor
footsteps,
proficiency
he jolts,
out of Enlightened
turns
Spirit.
around, and lets out a dejected sigh.
Those are your
Osha
primary
has
2
your key.
options.
He tells you that the frosted
It does
cerise
require
flower
that you
can
be in
found
Enlightened
the
Spirit,
center of
though.
the Aurora Garden.
But if you were planning on going that route, being more of a melee, like hitting the area around you on the ground sort of Warlock.
A peculiar patch of grass grows
Oh,
in the
right, I
center.
forgot. We don't actually want a detour out of here,
Emanates a
because we
magical
want
chilling
to
glow.
climb up
The
here
flower crumples away into
in order
nothing
to
the palm
break
of your
this, so that we can get back in
Instantly
faster
regrows
later.
from the soil. The newly
Yeah.
sprouted
If you
flower
don't break
grows
that, then
blindingly
you have
for
to
a
take the
moment.
long way
And,
in later on.
A shockwave rocks the palace. To your surprise, the ballroom is now covered in twisting vines and familiar flowers.
But taking medium armor proficiency from feet doesn't get rid of arcane spell failure. It does. If you read it, you gain proficiency and the ability to cast arcane spells in medium armor without arcane spell failure. So the enhancement covers both. It doesn't just give you the proficiency, it gives you both.
Tells you that there were only 2 Eladrin nobles she didn't recognize in attendance principle. She knows
It'd be kind of mean of them to just give you the proficiency.
Snowdrift, the resident social butterfly of the Prince of Frost's court. Sir
Oh, from
Snowdrift
feet. Oh,
tells
sorry.
you that
From
Lord
feet, yes.
Beryl was
You
last
are
seen
correct. If you
slinking off
just
the
grab the
kitchen
feet,
in
you
search of
will
a
still
fresh
have
bottle of
arcane
wine.
spell failure.
Then he shoos you out of his crowd of
Which
adoring
means you're stuck with reducing it in other ways. And which other ways are available to you depend on a couple things. Like there's some racial tree points that you can put in, depending on what race you are, that will reduce arcane spell failure. There are some there's some Epic Destiny stuff, I believe, that does it, but your primary one is going to be your spell agility sapphires, which I think go up to 15? This build is ass then. It happens. It like assumed that you had something,
Lord Beryl says that Dame
but you
Allegra
don't
has gone
actually
to
have it.
explore the Prince of Frost's quarters.
Tells me to go Acolyte of the Skin and take medium armor proficiency. Oh, Acolyte of the Skin might have a similar thing. I haven't really looked at the Acolyte of the Skin tree too much, but I think they do get medium armor proficiency and no spell failure. Let me check that for you real quick. Acolyte of the Skin. Wiki. Find. Medium. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Alright. Get to that in a second. Oh, it's...
A group of palace guards stand at a
yeah,
table
I don't see something that lets Acolyte of the Skin... Oh, wait. Maybe I'm on the wrong page. Let me just double check I'm on the right page. This is what happens when I try to be streaming and looking something up. And, there we go. I want to look at the enhancements.
The stairs that lead to the Prince of Frost's quarters.
Step through.
This must be Dame Allegra.
Now we can look for medium.
Looking for. Dame Allegra saw a hooded stranger plant the frosted cerise in the garden. She bids you
I'm
to
not
follow
seeing
her,
it.
so she can help you search for clues about the culprit.
Yeah, it looks like they don't get it, so
Dame Allegra stands in the center.
Yeah, you're gonna have to double check something, because that is a really, really bad idea unless they have a specific thing elsewhere in the build for handling that. Because, like, just eat the arcane spell failure is really a bad idea. Even so it says to not touch that tree. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. I was Acolyte of the Skin last life. I had points in Acolyte of the Skin early, and then I got rid of them after I hit level 12. And never went back, because the other trees are just that much better. Alright, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch, because I can't hit snooze all the way, and we're in party, so I don't want to wait. And we have to wait in the next quest for him to talk a bunch, so it's a good time to do it. We're going to hit the ad button. We will be back for Quid Pro Quo and figuring out what the hell is going on with that Acolyte of the Skin build.
You pluck the frosted cerise flower from the snow. This time, the bloom stays in the palm of your hand, instead of crumpling away into nothing.
Very, very odd.
Return to the Baroness
trying to think.
Tell her what happened. Though the prince himself would never admit to it, the Baroness
so we leave, we head back into Quid Pro Quo, and then they get to talk at us for a bit. So we speak to him, he's going to monologue at us for a while, which is why we hit that ad button for those on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, I cannot control when you get ads. If you're getting ads, I didn't put them there. If, oh, you can still hear? Excellent. But on the YouTube side, I would need about 10 times as many subscribers before YouTube will even let me look at the controls to see how many ads run and when they run. So, that's unfortunate. Pretty butterfly wings? Thank you. These were a hardcore reward for the last hardcore-ish season. So, there are two versions. There was a challenge to be done that you needed to go around and gather all of these things. The blue wings were the hardcore version. We also did the non-hardcore version, which is the orange wings.
You've arrived at Rhymes
so this was the permadeath mode that we achieved victory in for the blues, but we also got the orange ones as well, and welcome in Angel Star.
Inside the base held by the rebel bandits. The Prince of Frost.
We'll put on the orange ones for now. We're in an icy place. Maybe we don't want the blues.
A number of griffins are perched throughout the amphitheater.
Right.
They look at
We're looking for
but make no move to attack.
Two of these rooms in here have runes in them that we need to click on to open the door later on.
It may be possible to sneak.
If your character is a female character, I like the blue wings. That's your favorite color? I forget if we are female or not this life. I wasn't paying a ton of attention during character creation. I think we are.
The amphitheater can now return to
rune number 1.
Use. That takes care of one favor for the Prince of Frost.
But yeah, in general, I like the blue as well, but for this particular section of quests, where it's just like, it's all ice everywhere, I think I might want to go orange for the extra contrast. Or I can just keep toggling back and forth as we jump, so we get the, like, fluttering animation as they change. Which is always fun. I do like the fluttering animation changes of swapping between them. Alright. So we are trying to avoid some patrolling werewolves here, which is normally, if we were trying to stealth, is where we would cast invisibility. But unfortunately, these particular werewolves are identifying us by smell. So we're gonna see that werewolf? We're gonna go over here. Oh, our party member appears to be having some difficulty. This is a quest where you have to go and do 3 separate things. So it's generally advantageous in a party that, you know, one person goes one way, one person goes another way, and it's just very nice and efficient. So you can split like that. Unfortunately, they appeared to be struggling, although they apparently have strong self-healing.
This is the missing wine chalice that the Prince of
Because
Frost requested.
they
Reaching through this well-worn journal, you
they
learn
managed
that
to
the
not
bandit
die.
captain has a private
So where is
stash
he?
of
Is he in the
treasure
captive
hidden
village?
Somewhere in the caverns. It would certainly be a shame if
He
it
is
were
not.
to be left behind.
Right, to the other place. Okay,
An
good.
injured
That means we
guard
can handle
calls
this
out to
one.
you.
You there. You have the look of an adventurer. The villagers have been captured and dragged off by those brutish Fomorians.
UMD.
I'm in no shape to do anything about it. Rescue them, please. I beg of you.
You
See, this is why I don't like the mouse over and hit enter. Because enter, if you're not moused over, enters the chat window and messes other stuff up. And also, the chat window keeps moving where you need to be moused over. So, this is why I like the Control F keys for hotkeying dialogue options. Hi. I'm gonna bluff you into fighting your brother, which is super hard.
Single nod.
Like, it's
He
not.
begins heading towards
He's just
where
looking
he
for an
last knew
excuse.
his brother to be.
What game is this? This is Dungeons & Dragons Online. It is an MMO that is based on D&D 3.5, and it came out 20 years ago. That said, it is still under active development. In fact, there is an expansion expected to drop later this year that will raise the level cap from its currently 34 to 36.
The Fomorians have been defeated.
And it will also introduce a new race. We're getting the Durgar. And I believe there's an iconic version of them as well. So if that keybinds, you remove the control, so you just press F1. Ah, alright, yeah, that makes sense. We hit the voice.
To once again
There we go.
even the scales. The Prince of Frost
And you don't have to
agrees
change
that
the wings
Langery's
because of me if you want to
powers
keep
in
them
reaching
orange.
Hirsum's
I
fortress.
tend to like
Now
bouncing
proceed
back
with
and
the
forth.
final part of your plan,
Actually.
trading Hirsum's needle for the Codex.
I ended up being blue because I was like showing off the changing animation, and then I got distracted, and so they just kind of ended up on blue because that's what I happened to be on when it was when I was flipping back and forth. It was just like I'm just flipping back and forth, and then it's like, oh wait, I need to fight something. I should probably hit my actual combat buttons instead of just fluttering around. But it's just like, yeah, just like the change animation. I did have them blue when you first asked, because blue is the one I default to, mostly because, as I mentioned, there are rewards for a very similar challenge, but one of them you need to be in permadeath mode, and the other one you don't. And blue is the permadeath one, so it's a little bit more of a prestige thing.
What the dog doing?
Like pretty much the only cosmetics I'm wearing come from various hardcore seasons, like the red like bloody footprints I'm leaving behind. That is from another hardcore challenge from a different season. So what about you have redeemed Love the Dog? Okay, we shall love the dog. Dog, are you ready to be loved?
That should do it. Don't bother to get up, Bear. I wouldn't want to interrupt your busy
it occurs to me that the vertical user
The bear looks up at you.
cannot see
He's
the
known
dog,
you were there all
which is a
along.
downside.
You might as well come
The
in.
problem with vertical
He
screening
grumbles as he
layout is
opens
that
the
there's
gate.
there's not that much screen space. Oh, you know, the smart background removal actually did let you see the dog a little bit. Go figure. Thank you for redeeming the loving the dog. She deserves lots of love.
The bear agrees to help you find the Baron.
off we
But
go.
First, you must bring him 3 items.
There we go. Now, this is actually a place where having resist acid would be really handy, because some of these casters put an acid damage over time effect on you, and it hurts a lot. But flat resists are really good against damage over time spells, because they apply to every single time it hits. So if that spell was going to do like 500 damage, but it was going to tick for 50, 10 times, well, you get 25 resists, and that gets cut in half. So instead of doing 500, it does 250, because every single tick gets cut in half. Also, I'm glad that I can see redeems. I had to change most of my stream settings in order to try this new thing with streaming both horizontal and vertical to YouTube as well. There are a lot of settings to be changed, which includes how I see my alerts, how chat shows up on screen, and so on and so forth. It's more complex now, but it is more flexible and lets me do more stuff. So hopefully that'll be good. Now we just have to wait for this guy to run around a bit, so we just kind of follow him and flap our wings at him. We are in the Feywild, so having butterfly wings is appropriate.
Sugar and butter and flour too. Bake up a cake to make
In fact, so we explicitly decided to be on theme in that the way that the challenge worked is these moats would spawn, and it was a Feywild themed sort of event. And you had to do a lot of different moats, because each one only gave you a little bit of progress. So I did engineer it in such a way that I did my last moat, like I finished the quest in the Feywild wilderness in front of Hearsound. Like, we managed to get it to spawn there so that we could finish in a lore-accurate way. Which I'm glad I managed to pull that off. That was kind of fun.
Return it to what it was before the Eladring littered it.
6,000 free XP. That's a Fear Reaper. That needs to die. Okay.
Touched only by the pure.
Archer, Topiary. Oh, and we walked into a snare. That's unfortunate. Fortunately, we already killed most of them, so getting crowd controlled isn't too dangerous when most of your enemies are already dead.
All you need do is open the door. Nature will flow forth.
Alright, and off we go. So let's see. I believe our party member went to get the sap of the Sky Oak. And we are going for the gloves of the giant. Okay, here we go. Off we go. Excellent. Spiders down.
A massive figure looms in the murk ahead.
I love this guy's attitude, though. He's like, look, you're here for the thing I have. Let's not bother, like, talking about it. Let's not fool ourselves. We're gonna fight. Whoever wins gets to keep the thing. Like, you know what? I appreciate a villain who's very straightforward. Well, he's not even a villain. He's just kind of someone who has something we want. It's just like, look, this is how it's going to be. You want it, I have it, I'm not giving it up without a fight. Let's just fight. Let's not bother talking about it a whole bunch. And you know, you might have seen, oh, well, over their head it popped up immune, so why bother even casting that spell? And the answer is, that is Greater Color Spray. Greater Color Spray has 3 separate effects, which means they are immune to one of those effects, which is the, like, stun/daze sort of effect. But they are not immune to the blind effect. So you can still land that on them.
You keep talking about this door.
And blind is a very powerful effect, because it essentially gives them a 50-50 chance of missing you.
The key is my secret for now. You'll receive it when the time is right.
So, sap of the Sky Oak. Oh, we did not have feather falling on. Unfortunate.
Yet, as you seem impatient, So I have brought a gift. Corrupted unicorn.
Right? Well, he didn't need my help to get the Sky Oak sap, but this quest does have a mechanic where you need to gather your party before it'll advance. So just by me being there to throw a dimension door, we still sped things up.
I'm sure. Remember,
which is handy.
You're not the only one who can do me this service. Yet if you fulfill your word, I will fulfill mine.
Oh, you know what? It occurs to me now that I should probably be casting Death Ward on myself. And I say that occurs to me now because the Corrupted Unicorn does a bunch of negative energy damage, which would be, you know, heavily absorbed by having Death Ward up.
Baron Bitterspine says he knows
Yeah.
a secret that could defeat Hirsam. You should deliver
Yeah, I already... Oh, he's asking if it's time to take 7. It's like, I already took 7.
To plan your next move.
Go for it. I already took 7. But need to clear bags anyway. There we go. So we're gonna clear our inventory space. Maybe spend some points, since we have some talent points to spend. Alright. All this randomly generated loot can go. So much randomly generated loot. That gets to go away. I used to disenchant stuff into Essence for Kenneth crafting, or they changed the name. Now I think it's just called Magical Item Crafting. But suffice to say, at one point they changed it, and by at one point I mean like very recently, like within the last patch or two. And now it's called something different, which is fine. Red of the Carinate, okay, Lotus Mail. Crafting Essence? Is that what they call it now? What do they call the system now? I think that their initial pass, they just called it Magical Item Crafting, but there was like a little bit of pushback on that being like too vague. So it might just be Crafting Essence now. Corrupted Tree. Corrupted Tree is next. How many points do we have to spend? We have 4 points to spend. That's a lot of points. Where do we want them? I guess we start dropping into here. Yeah, we'll just go pure damage. Magic Item Essence. Aha. That's... I don't know why they needed to change the name. I guess because it's not strictly to deal with House Cannith. But Cannith Crafting just sounds more, we'll say, in-universe. It's like, it sounds less like, this is the MMO term for the system, and more like, this is the in-universe term for the system. Which, I don't know, I kind of like the flavor of it more. Magic Item Essence used in Essence Crafting. I guess they did need to make things a little bit more precise, because there are so many different crafting systems. They've done away with it a lot in newer packs. Like, newer packs, they kind of unify and keep the same sort of system across multiples. Like, for example, the newer packs are all dealing with, say, the different...
These root tunnels.
Not essences. See, now I'm thinking essences instead of what the term actually should be, which is the augments. Like, now we have Sun and Moon augments, and they're doing that for multiple, like, expansions and quest packs. But before, it's just like, damn near every quest pack or expansion would have a new crafting system on it, whether it's the Reaver's Reach crafting, or, like, there's so many different crafting systems. and they've calmed down on that a little bit. Did that start with Myth Draenor, the Sun and Moon essences? Or Sun and Moon augments? I believe so, yes. I believe that was the first place we saw them. But I could be wrong. There might have been one before that. But that's the first... That was the first major one, we'll say. I think it was the first one overall, but it might have just been the first major one. And then pretty much every pack they've released since has also had them. Whether it's the ones we just did in Wayloon, those have them. The new ones with the Deck of Many Things, those have them. Which I just played for the first time last life by accident. I was in House K doing like Volta Knight stuff. I was like, hold up. What are all these people doing here? What's this? I have not been reading patch notes. So we did those blind on stream actually, which was fun. I kind of like those quests. They're very thematic. You've actually gotten +2 pack dice Moonog from the free Lemordia quest. Oh, that's right. Lemordia is the other big one. That has them. The only real thing I have from Lemordia is I crafted a Dolorous Acid Orb. You don't own the pack? Ah, okay. See, I'm trying to remember what the free quest is from Lemordia. I wonder if I've, like, never run it. Because I know I've run, like, the pre-quest to get into Lemordia, but I think that one is not the same as the free one.
Your sense of dread and loss mounts.
Also crafted that off a guest pass? Hey. They are stupidly broken. This is what happens when you mess up your coding and you let a legendary level effect get onto heroic level weapons. I am assuming they're going to fix it eventually because it is super, super busted. And I expect people will be upset at the time. But I also expect that most people who've been around a while know that it's kind of on borrowed time. It's like, it's so busted that I would be surprised if they didn't fix or remove it at some point. Or turned it into a much weaker effect that is more appropriate for heroic. It's like, yeah, it's still going to do acid damage on hit, but like not as much. Like change the scaling on it or something like that. Is this still bugged though? It says on crit, but it's on hit. Does it? I hadn't even clocked that much. I just know it's an alchemical acid effect. If it actually just says on... Oh, okay. I think I know what you're saying. It's... The description is written as if it is the weapon effect. When it is not the weapon effect, it's the accessory effect. Like, it's written as if it's... like a biting acid, I think is the name of the effect when it's on weapons. Now, I also haven't looked at the legendary ones. If I need that effect legendary, I have the Master Artificer, or is it Lord of Blades? I think it's Lord of Blades that drops it. I have the actual alchemical ring for it, which I know is not ideal. There are better ways to get it nowadays. Whether that is Dolorous crafting, or whether that is, I believe, one of the rings out of Myth Draenor, but it's one of the rare spawn artifact rings. So they suck to get. I've tried farming it a little bit before, but no luck. The augment itself says it adds acid on crit, but it's on hit. Ah, I see. Doesn't surprise me any.
The Blight Master crumples to the ground, gasping.
What messed me up is that when I was searching for it, I was searching for like acid when I was going to the crafting machine. but it doesn't actually say acid in the name. It says like Dolorous something or other. Just like, I was looking for the Dolorous acid effect, and it's just like, no, it's called something else. Dreadful acid, is that it? It got you too? Ah, there it is, yes. Because, like, the effect versus the augment that causes the effect are not the same thing. It's just like, come on. Get some consistency in your naming just to make it easier on people who are trying to search for stuff. Alright, so these things can occasionally just do random bouts of ridiculous amounts of damage. We lucked out there that they didn't choose to do it to me, but, you know, it helps that we have a decent amount of magic resist rating. We're at 57, which is very, very high for this level. Like, unusually high. But then again, this is a well-established character with a lot of past lives, so it kind of stands to reason. Hello, Famine Reaper.
Dryad leaps from the tree, sensing your surprise.
Goodbye, Famine Reaper.
For you to speak with her.
Oh, we had ads from behind. They're shooting their fire at me. We can strafe to dodge it. This is another thing I like about DDO, is that some stuff you get by with, well, I've got my character stats, and my character stats are what's keeping me safe. I've got good defensive stats. And sometimes, in fact, a decent amount of the time, it can also be player skills, just like, no, it's me, the player in the chair, who's kiting stuff out. My armor class is one thing. My armor class is what protects me if I mess up. It's like, if I, the player, mess up, then maybe the character can use the stats to stat check it. But ideally, more blink dogs. Wait, no elementals? Did they change it? Oh, there we go. Just like, hold on a sec. The elementals were the hard part. Like, if they nerfed it by removing the elemental wave, that would be a heck of a thing.
Complete the test. Dryad joins the fray herself.
And yeah. Good luck with that, lady. It's like, I shall take the fight myself. It's like, yeah, no, you fall over. And off we go.
She makes a
turn this in.
And a door opens.
Why am I getting combat music again?
Gnarled woodwork carefully picks through a pile of brambles.
There we go. 9K in 2.5 minutes. Very, very nice.
Surely this is
it's really stupid because in the script log it says Dolorous acid, but the name of something like Dreadful acid. Yeah.
That now contains Hirsam's
very misleading.
The Prince of Satyrs then took that needle.
Also, I thought that I wouldn't hard cap, but I think I wouldn't hard cap if I only did the level 5 quests and not the level 6s. So we might hard cap without doing Three Barrel Cove, which is unexpected. It might still be worth doing Three Barrel Cove while over level, because it just, especially Fire Caves, is worth just that much XP. But it also might just be like, screw it, I'll just head to Isle of Dread. There's enough good stuff in the game that we can just skip to Isle of Dread, and actually no. Do we want to skip directly to Isle of Dread? Possibly. Because there's a lot of stuff later, because there's Isle of Dread, and then there's the Mordia, but there's also Temple of Elemental Evil, which is really good, and there's Vault of Night. There's just so much good stuff. And let's go back to blue. We're no longer in Iceland, so we're gonna default to blue now that we're not surrounded by blue.
Have you come for the hag?
You're gonna dip and go to bed? Well, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out, chatting, and all that.
Don't let her
For that little tip there on how to possibly identify the hag, I will say I didn't quite get it. Besides, like, there's a difference in the spawn animation, so I'll have to look for that next time I'm in there.
News is the master of the hunt. Each of my huntsmen are bound to the hunt.
So yes, good night. Hope you sleep well.
Free them of their service. What they do with their freedom is your problem.
Cast fear on me? Boo. Resting to change spells. Okay.
The air nearby tingles.
I forgot that alchemists prepared spells. They're like wizards, not like sorcerers. Oh, double Fear Reaper. That could hurt a lot if we were on a little bit higher difficulty.
Then use them to corral the hag towards me.
The clones flash? Yeah, I know the clones flash once they're spawned. But I think it said like there was. Oh, she's not far enough down that she's trapped. Boo. Another Fear Reaper. Right. So we're just gonna. Alright, good. She is holding. Oh, I was about to say I spoke too soon. It's like she's holding still. Good. It's like no, still gotta chase her down. This is where being a class that can do like one single big hit is super effective. Like just chipping her down little by little is super annoying because then she runs around, you have to hit her more and she runs around. Alright, we got rid of her. That's good. And now we need to find what she was looking for, which we felt a tingle earlier. Which means it was nearby there. On spawn, they all flash except the real one. They don't flash with the blue. It's like a half second of yellow or something. Ah, I see. So they do the same flash, but it is at the very beginning. Alright. Voice. Quick and easy. We have 3 more quests to do. I'm going to call it good. But okay, so this was Witch Hunt. So we have our underwater quest with the locket. And we have our... what is the one with all the mimics? Face stack? Needle in a face stack? Oh, look. You're immune to acid, which is unfortunate. But you're not immune to force damage. So, we do have that benefit. How are we on inventory space? Yeah, we cleared lots of space. 61 slots. Very nice. This is one of the downsides that if you do start playing the game, or like you make a new account, inventory space is really at a premium. Now this character, I've gotten a lot of space over the years, whether it's just grabbing a page when it's on sale, whether it's included in expansions. Like, having extra bag space is incredibly handy.
Somewhere in these woods there is treasure that grows on trees. One specific tree deserves more attention than others, for it bears the chest containing Pearson's magic needle.
So, from here, the different treasure boxes you'll see. Now, you can use a skill check and be like, is this a mimic? Like, you can use a bunch of different things. It's like, you can use spot checks, you can use, like, listen checks. Like, there's a variety of options. So whatever one you have at a high level, you can use to determine if something is a mimic or not. However, this is another case wherein the player versus the character. I can use meta knowledge to know which one is the right one, because all of the fake ones are here every time. The real one has like 3 or 4 different spawn points. And if it's not there, there's not a fake one there instead, there's nothing there. So what you do is, you go to the spawn points, and if there's one there, that's the real one. And if there's nothing there, you go to the other spawn points. So one place is like there, it's not there, so we're gonna keep going. Go around the corner. We're gonna have to fight some dudes while we're there. One place is hanging from that mushroom over there, like those. And you see it's not there, so we're gonna have to keep looking. Now, we're gonna need to really hope that we can rely on our crowd control. Ah, there it is. This is the correct one.
You have a good feeling about this chest. Perhaps it is the one you seek. As you open the chest, a unicorn leaps out.
There we go, surprise unicorn.
Defeat the unicorn. A deer.
Now, these things run around like crazy, which is why we are, every time it changes forms, I'm throwing another web spell to hold it in place because, oh god.
A blink dog appears. This needle better be worth the
Stupid
chase.
blink dog.
The blink dog falls, but something flits out of it. Was that a bat? A bird? Here we go again.
Oh, he got crowd control on it. Excellent.
The raven is slain.
Hit you a glue bomb.
Falls to earth, an egg rolls out.
Good job, Alchemist.
Hopefully,
Glue
the egg
bomb for
doesn't
the win.
move yet.
Alright. So,
among the shell fragments,
we see the needle that we're looking for,
that looks like a small
and
winged
therefore,
sweeps down from the sky
we got
plucks the needle out.
11,000 XP
Just
for the
as you reach for
for
it,
Monster
with a
Manual XP
victorious
for Raven hunting.
The tiny dragon-like creature
Okay,
darts away with its
ridiculous
pride.
amount of XP. Must have been like an account level thing. So yeah, that changes the calculation a bit. Oh look, a Plague Reaper. Hi. Get crowd controlled, please. But yeah, so... Oh, we got a lot of people joining. So what happened there is that shape-shifting pseudo-dragon was taken care of, except he grabbed the needle we were looking for, and he ran away. So now we have to chase him back to his lair.
Through this portal, taking your prize with as you pursue
Welcome.
the creature into the cave.
In
you
the
hear a
dragon's
successive
lair.
beats up ahead.
Aha! Adventurers in my lair!
So we had some people join midway through, so we want to wait for them to get into the quest before we finish it, because otherwise they don't get experience. Because that's how this game works on experience, is you don't get experience per kill, you don't get experience per quest completion. Well, I guess it technically counts. It's not when you turn in the quest, it's when you finish the dungeon. It's very much similar to, say, Pen and Paper, where you get encounter-based XP or milestone-based XP. Alright, one person is in. Montezuma's is in. Montezuma's is on the way. So we had to play hide and tag with this pseudo-dragon, who's very excited to have adventurers in his lair. So what's going to happen is we have to find the pseudo-dragon, which we can kind of echolocate by listening to the snoring. You see him, you might have noticed that we're not hearing the snoring so much anymore. We got further away. There he is. So we're going to tag him, and then we're going to cheat, because cheating is the standard way of completing this quest. We're going to do the old, oh, we're playing tag? I'm going to climb somewhere that you can't get to. And that's how we win. We win by cheating at it. So we had one more person join late, so we got to wait for them. And once they zone in, we will do the hide and tag, which is what he calls it, as opposed to hide and seek, which is what I would be more used to calling it. And after this, we have another quest to get the Lost Locket. And after that, we have Immortality Lessons, which is the final quest in this story arc of the Feywild expansion, where we essentially we make a trade of blackmail sorts. It's like, oh, you're immortal, eh? And you put your immortality in a needle. This needle that I'm holding right now, that I could destroy your immortality, how about you give me that thing that I want? And then you do. You make a trade. Which, you know, his benefactor, who, spoiler alert, because it wasn't revealed at this point, but it has been revealed in later expansions, it's Vecna. Vecna's the one.
The little dragon cries out.
Alright, I have tagged him. And now we run away. And see, everyone knows how to cheat. We all run over here, and he's like, haha, I will get you. And then it's like, no. It's like, no. We're up here. You're not touching me. You're not touching me. You're not touching me. I did discover in Hardcore League that even at this level, it's a base level 5 or 6 quest? Base level 6 quest. This damn thing casts Delayed Blast Fireball. And it can hurt a lot.
The little dragon jumps up and down.
What fun! Thanks for being so
Alright,
very
everyone is here.
You can have
This quest actually completes when you loot the chest, for whatever reason.
You prepare to offer him a bargain. He can't.
Alright, so we finish out. We have 24k to play with, which is fine. The next quest shouldn't give us 24k. But then we'll take 8 before the capstone quest. So if you're wondering what I mean by, like, what do you mean take 8? So because this is a D&D 3.5 based game, it supports multi-classing and more complex builds like that. And because it supports multi-classing, obviously it can't automatically level up as soon as you get enough XP to level up, because it doesn't know what level you want to take. It's like, do you want to keep getting another level in Warlock, or do you want to get a Wizard level, or a Fighter level, or anything like that? So you can get XP beyond what you need to get to the next level, but it does hard cap at 1 XP less than how much it takes to get 2 levels. So like right now, we are level 7. If we hard cap our XP, we will be 1 XP away from being able to take level 9. So right now we are close to that.
Noise, distorted by the water, comes from further down the corridor. It sounds like growling.
All right, killing these dudes, killing these dudes. Water elementals are a bit of a pain. Rocket, then immortality lesson. Like,
the first lever is pulled,
it's like,
and a deep rumble.
Am I looking at the keyboard to type? Yes. Can I touch type? Yes. Can I touch type faster and more accurately if I look at it at the same time? Also, yes.
And the barrier in the main hall dissipates.
So, I'm not gonna spend too much on ego and be like, I don't have to look. It's like, or I could look and just do it better. This is another thing that I forget where I saw this or heard this, but it was in the context of like, just like helping a dude at your local home improvement store load some wood into a truck. It's just like, I don't need your help. It's like, yeah, but you know, I figured it'd be easier with more. It's like, yeah, I know you could handle it, but it's easier with help, so why not? Which I think is a great way to recontextualize that. If you're ever thinking like, but I don't need help, like I don't need their help. Just maybe recontextualize that to yourself. It's like, if they're offering, it's like, yeah, you could do it alone, but why not accept the help? It'll be easier. Many hands make light work and all that. Unless it's something like highly technical and they don't have the expertise for it. It's like, I need to ask him if he's on his way, because he apparently died and wasn't with us. So he is not here yet. Well, he's like, can I get a share? It's like, yeah, because this one is, you don't get the quest in town. The quest giver is standing right outside. It is a walk-up. Well, is it technically a walk-up? When I think walk-ups, I think like the giant hold walk-ups, where you get assigned the quest by walking up to it. And? Meh. It's like someone just pinged me that they're level 8. It's like, yeah, I'm about to be level 8 too. Yeah. I just named Feywild since Feywild mixing levels since the last since.
You spot the Eladrin's lost keepsake perched atop a nearby chest.
Alright, we recall out. We actually, in fact, double recall. Fryling, welcome. Up late? Yes. Yes, we are finishing up this quest, and then we will be done. Well, not this quest, this chain. We're going to hit immortality lessons, and then we will be done. But yes, welcome in, Fryling. We started at level 3, and we're about to take level 8, so that's going to be good for us. This, 2 of those. Warlock feats Thought Shield, more will saving throws. Do we care about Blur? Do we care about any of this other stuff? Yeah, we'll take Blur, I guess. Even though we currently have Perma Blur. Alright. The time has come. We get to put on our orb. The downside is we lose a lot of spell power. Because we don't have the right equipment on. But it's fine. We'll still be good. So we took level 8. We have 4 points. Yes. We take this and that and that. And we can drag Consume and Stricken out. Even though they are quite weak at this point. Fly's always on. Quicken, yes. All the meta magics all the time. That's pretty fast. Here today into Acolyte of the Skin. XP Stone to 3 and now 6. Yeah. Yeah, I also had stoned my way to, I believe, like, rank 10. So, not quite 3. Right. Send me... Nope, wrong one. Enter the hut. Just checked out the vertical YouTube. Didn't know you could do that? Yeah! Yeah, it is a little bit more picky to set up, suffice to say. The trick is actually getting the UI elements to line up correctly. You have to mask them out manually. Otherwise, you just get to see the middle of the screen, which it's kind of lacking if you don't have like any of the UI elements there.
You arrive at Hearsome Stronghold after a long climb up the ice staircase. The Prince of Satyrs is near the entrance, playing a melody, while his servant Hermia flits nearby.
They already are at the banquet, so I'll go this way. But yeah, Acolyte of the Skin I found worked pretty well, but I mostly found that it worked pretty well because Warlock in general works pretty well.
A satyr and a small band of musicians stand in a crumbling amphitheater. The satyr flashes.
Because I did end up using the Acolyte of the Skin Tree a bit for, we'll say, pre-12.
Into your ears, like a far-off strain of music.
Now it's time for you to learn of my music.
But then once I hit 12, I didn't have the points for it anymore. I was doom scrolling through shorts and it came up. Hey, well, what do you know? The algorithm's like, wait a second, you already watched this person. Would you like to watch this person? It's like, why, yes. How did you know?
Voice booms into your ears.
But yes, I had to change my whole layout thing. I was using Restream, which is I push the stream to one place and they like copy it to another place. That's how I was doing Twitch and YouTube. But if I wanted to add a third one, that wouldn't work. So I changed all of that. So now instead of pushing it to Restream, I'm pushing it directly from my computer to Twitch, to YouTube, and to YouTube Vertical, which means it is using 3 times as much bandwidth. But fortunately, my connection can handle that, so that's nice. And yeah, so it also is going to need to change a few more things. I'm probably going to need to change how alerts work. I already had to change how chat shows up on the screen and how I'm seeing the mixed chat. Hopefully it drives some more viewers. I'm assuming that the that since is some, because I know autocorrect gets me on that specific thing as well, where I try to make it say since and it says some, or vice versa. But yeah, maybe. Who knows? I figured it was worth a shot. There's potential that I might poke at one of the other vertical format apps like TikTok or something, but I really don't know what all is up with TikTok. It's not an app I actually use, so probably not an ideal place for me to be broadcasting if I'm not even familiar with enough from using it. Plus, I've heard a variety of things, particularly regarding their moderation, like, oh, sorry, you swore once, and bam, punished, cancelled, closed down. You said kill. Oh no! You didn't say unalive. How dare you say kill, or mention any real-world topic of any significance. It's like, no, we must be fully sanitized. We must protect people from real life, and the fact that it's like, oh no, like, what happened? Well, I can't say that I had a death in the family. They might not like it if I say death or dead on stream. It's just like, come off it, TikTok. I've heard all sorts of bad things about how stringent and aggressive their moderation is. Also, I do love the Dragon Lord Party just crowd controlling everything. Maybe a lot of kids use TikTok? Possibly, but you'd think that that is something that they know. Like, the algorithm shouldn't be showing that. Like, I mean, like, not just like, oh, the algorithm doesn't show you to many people. I mean, like, they detect it and they, like, delete the stream. Like, force close it, sort of stuff. Like, if you don't want it being served to kids, TikTok, your algorithm, knows that they are kids. Like, absolutely, like, detect it, flag it. Like, this is more adult content. Let's not serve it to the people we identify as children. Great. Perfect. That's how it's supposed to work. But, I've heard it gets a bit more aggressive than that. But then again, I would need to confirm that. So, I don't know. It's something that I have in the back of my mind as maybe I'll try it out, maybe I won't. But as it stands, because I was already on, like, YouTube, it's just like, you know what? we'll try the whole vertical thing. Why not? I'd seen some layout stuff. And one thing is I like about streaming is I like messing with the technical stuff on occasion. So being like, maybe I want to have more direct control over some of this stuff instead of going through Restream and having that handle all of my stuff for me. So I'm working with essentially a different tech stack at this point. And the other thing that got me looking at it was there was something in the news last week that there were some rumors that Stream Elements was going to close down because essentially their business model of provide everything for free and don't really monetize is apparently not sustainable. Go figure. Oh, we're going to be definitely over cap. We got a lot of experience from like Monster Manual stuff midway through. Like, we're only 1.5k away from cap, and the quest is going to be worth like 25. Oh no, we weren't hard capped. Oh right, of course we weren't hard capped. We took level beforehand. And it's a good thing too, because
before you can leave,
that gave 29,000 XP. So we would have lost, like, if we didn't take level, we would have lost like 27,000.
Replies Hearson.
And I will deliver.
Cope? The alchemist has suggested the next step, but unfortunately, we are on the East Coast. It is already late. We have work in the morning.
It would be no trouble to bring them to you when they die. A century or three.
If you to stay together. Sure. But it's too late for me. Time for bed. We're gonna promote you. We can't leave party while we're in the wilderness, so we're gonna leave wilderness. You don't have work tomorrow or any time in the future, hopefully? Oh, that's right. You're retiring then? See, I have to, like, identify which person is talking. It's like, wait a second. For some people, that's like, oh, I'm unemployed. It's like, but no. You're, you are in a different cohort than some others who are like, no, I'm unemployed. You're like, no, I'm retired. It's different. But let's see. Do we want to take level? Like, we could take 9 if we wanted to skip Three Barrel Cove and head directly to Dread. Isle of Dread. I don't think we're gonna do it. It's good XP, but the thing is, we are running a 30% pot. And if I wanted to head, say, from Dread into Lamortia, I think that overcaps us already. Like, if we go through all of Dread, like, we have one level, let's see, no. If we take 9, then we do Dread. That should get us enough to get to 10 pretty easily. And then we can hit Lamortia, Vaughn, and Temple of Elemental Evil. That should be more than enough to get us to hard cap from there, which would make us able to take like 12, at which case we just start like Gravenloft and things. So we may or may not do it. We'll probably do it because I like it, but it's probably also unnecessary. That said, let's take a look-see. We got a couple people here. So YouTube has not enabled the features for me to be able to try to raid or do anything like that. So we're going to say goodbye to YouTube. This is the other thing that it lets me do is with this different setup, I can start and stop streams at different times instead of just clicking go live or not. So we say goodbye to YouTube while